A bit, somewhat, in part, to some degree, to some extent, perhaps to some extent, but I think her judicial decisions are based less on politics than on natural justice. A bit of a remnant of. To the peasants of old times, the world outside their own direct experience was region of vagueness and mystery. To their untraveled thought, a state of wandering was a conception as dim as the winter life of the swallows that came back with the spring. And even a settler, if he came from distant parts, hardly ever ceased to viewed with a remnant of distrust. Mary Ann Nevins, Silas Marner. A certain amount of, a measure of. A certain something, je ne sais quoi. A certain way, a given manner. A different story, another matter entirely. A done deal, an accomplished fact, a fait accompli. I'm sorry, but the court has spoken. It's a fait accompli. A few years ago, some years ago, there was in the city of York a society of magicians. They met upon the third Wednesday of every month and read each other long, dull papers upon the history of English magic. Susanna B. Clarke, Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. A kind of. A little bit, in part, to some degree, to some extent, perhaps to some extent, but I think her judicial decisions are based less on politics than on natural justice. A little bit of, a degree of, a remnant of. To the peasants of old times, the world outside their own direct experience was a region of vagueness and mystery. To their untraveled thought, a state of wandering was a conception as dim as the winter life of the swallows that came back with the spring. And even a settler, if he came from distant parts, hardly ever ceased to be viewed with a remnant of distrust. Mary Ann Nevins, Silas Marner. A little bit of, a something of, a we used to be more productive in verse. Maybe that was a young man's thing, because every novelist, especially in the early phases of his work, is something of a poet. Derek Walcott, speaking of West Indian writers. A lot, a great deal. You'll come to learn a great deal if you study the insignificant in depth. Odysseus Eliades. A lot happened during, much did happen during. A lot like it recalls a certain, it's much like it, is reminiscent of it, is akin to it, is much the same as its and it bears a resemblance to. A lot of, a wealth of, a host of, extensive, a goodly number of, a fair amount of, fuming, not a little, hordes of, legions of, profuse, a great many, a litany of, considerable. A man, the man. For all men live by truth and stand in need of expression. In love, in art, in avarice, in politics, in labor, in games, we study to utter our painful secret. The man is only half himself, the other half is his expression. Ralph Waldo Emerson, the poet. A mile away, a mile distant, because the intersection was on this tiny rise, you could see our buildings. A mile distant, at the southern edge of the farm. Jane Smiley, 1,000 acres. A regular, one of the usual suspects, a client, a habitué. The usual suspects begin to mosey on in at around 5:05. Of all the customers, he was the bartender's most loyal habitué. A specific way, a given manner. A time when years that saw. These were years that saw the rise Mussolini and the fascist party. A while, for some time now, for a considerable space in time. Abandon, abandon the sanctuary of consign, relinquish, forsake, forswear, cede, lay aside. This king, to say no more of him, and this queen, and their infant children, who once would have been the pride and hope of a great and generous people, were then forced to abandon the sanctuary of the most splendid palace in the world, which they left swimming in blood. Edmund Burke, Reflections on the Revolution in France. Lay aside your personal feelings, and view this as a professional matter. Abandoned derelict. Abilities, prowess, facility and instincts. His instincts as a lawyer are what got him where he is today. Ability, authority in the handling of a capacity for capacity to. You certainly have a capacity for mathematics and engineering. The faculty for. The chief weapon of the sea pirates, however, was their capacity to astonish. Nobody else could believe, until it was much too late, of how heartless and greedy they were. Kurt Vonnegut, Breakfast of Champions. Able to. Can you manage to? About of. I know nothing of the house I was born in. The look of the town is all I remember, and yet I can hear the sound of the door as we closed it behind us for good. Andrew O'Hagan, Our Fathers. About some 10 million there or thereabouts, to the tune of circa. The Mencius was written circa 4th century BCE. About to happen, poised to, in the offing, impending, approaching, looming, imminent. Absent, unaccounted for, elsewhere, in absentia. He was wrongfully tried and convicted in absentia. Absolute, unmitigated, sheer, uncompromising, stark, unqualified. Christianity has operated with an unmitigated arrogance and cruelty, necessarily, since a religion ordinarily imposes on those who have discovered the true faith the spiritual duty of liberating the infidels. James Baldwin. Absolute power, imperium. She rules with imperium. Absolutely, without question, without exception, without doubt, by any measure, undoubtedly, unmistakably, in no measured terms, soundly, categorically, decidedly, invariably, indeed, in every respect, out and out, to be sure, patently, without reservation, in no uncertain terms, is nothing other than utterly. Absolutely not, by no means, emphatically not. The issue is by no means resolved. Abundantly, profusely. Maria Concepcion walked carefully, keeping to the middle of the white dusty road, where the maguey thorns and the treacherous curved spines of organ cactus had not gathered so profusely. Catherine Ann Porter. The Collected Stories of Catherine Ann Porter. Abused, maltreated. The book was thick and black and covered with dust. Its boards were bowed and creaking. It had been maltreated in its own time. A.S. Byatt. Possession. Academic field, academic discipline. Accept, embrace. Science embraces the facts and debates opinion. Religion embraces opinion and debates the facts. Accept that. I am resigned to. I will allow that. I have come to terms with. Accept the cost, bear the cost. Accept the responsibility, bear the responsibility. Acceptable, admissible. Accepted and established, canonical. It has been 3 centuries since Dr. Samuel Johnson was born, on September 1709. He died on December 13, 1784. Still struggling for the mixed blessing of more life. His Falstaffian vitalism is always my first thought when I reread. Teach again, continue brooding upon the canonical critic of Western literature. Harold Bloom, New York Times, November 5, 2009. Accepted idea, but ironically a platitude ide recu. When a company tells its workers to think outside the box, that is the kind of ide recu that can suck the life out of everyone there. Access to, recourse to, avail yourself of, immediacy to. Immediacy to everything the new hospital had to offer was his first concern. Accessible, lie within the reach of. Very simple ideas lie within the reach only of complex minds. Remy de Gourmand. Accessories, embellishments, accoutrements, trappings. Accident, mishap. Accompanied by, attended by, punctuated by. Football combines the two worst features of American life. It is violence punctuated by committee meetings. George Will. Accompanying attendant concomitant. According to by various accounts as viewed by and what some say is it was by all accounts. Account 4. Accumulation of a repository of a trove of. Accurately. Accurateness. Accusation, indictment, denunciation. Accuse. Accused of. She has come under fire for her imperious management style. Achieve, realize, make strides toward, carry off, produce. Achieve great things, achieve great ends. Every man of action has a strong dose of egoism, pride, hardness and cunning, but all those things will be regarded as high qualities if he can make them the means to achieve great ends. Yorgos Thesaurus. Achievement, a significant point of arrival, a tour de force. Victor Hugo's Les Miserables is considered a literary tour de force. Acknowledging, in a nod to. In a nod to the gloomy economy, Ford Motor Company will forego up to 12 monthly payments for car buyers who lose their jobs. Across from, sad, opposite. Act as, function as, serve as. Act of, in a gesture of. Act of God, a force majeure vis major. Because there is a force majeure clause in the contract, we are not obliged to pay for damage caused by the earthquake. Act of violent revenge, a blood reckoning. Action, measure, deed, gesture, exploit, venture, undertaking, pursuit. Action, agency, instrumentality. And like a big teacup at the county fair, they would sit and spin in their little round boat, and want for rain and want for land, until they had only to want for the agency of God. Actionable intelligence, military jingoism, timely information. Actions, deeds, doings, good offices. They are dead, all of them. I am caught and tangled around by their doings. It is as if their lives left a weaving of invisible threads in the air of this house, of this town, of this county, and I stumbled and fell into them. Shirley Ann Grau, the keepers of the house. It was only her good offices that saved his job. Activities, affairs, proceedings, goings on, endeavors, pursuits. Actual, de facto. Though he is only a radio commentator, many consider Rush Limbaugh to be the facto leader of the Republican Party. Actual, tangible, substantive. I want you to make substantive improvements. Actual business, a going concern. Actually, as it happens, the fact of the matter is, truth be told, I would have you know it is in point of fact. Actually, in truth, in any real sense. But even though the number of those who really think seriously before they begin right is small, extremely few of them think about the subject itself. The remainder think only about the books that have been written on the subject, and what has been said others. In order to think at all, such writers need the more direct and powerful stimulus of having other people's thoughts before them. These become their immediate theme, and the result is that they are always under their influence, and so never, in any real sense of the word, are original. Arthur Schopenhauer, The Art of Literature. Adaptable, malleable, pliant. Add beauty to grace with, adorn with, array with. Add to, inject a dose of, augment, supplement, infuse, leaven with, endow with, install, instill with. Add to problems, exacerbate the problems, only compound the problems. Add to that the couple that with. Added bonus for good measure. Adding filler larding. You are larding the narrative with needless adjectives. 2. Addition addendum supplement. Additional ancillary collateral. Adjust tailor calibrate. Adjusted himself to attuned himself to. Administering husbanding. The master once observed that to rule well one of the larger states meant strict attention to its affairs and conscientiousness on the part of the ruler, careful husbanding of its resources, with at the same time a tender care for the interests of all classes, and the employing of the masses in the public service at suitable seasons. Confucius, The Analects. Administrative offices. The Secretariat. Admirable, laudable, deserving, commendable, praiseworthy. Admire. There's something to be said for the quality I most esteem. Admired by the darling of found favor among. She found favor among the country's leading conservatives. Admit. That will allow, that will grant, you recognize, come to terms with by your own account. Admittedly, it has to be said that truth be told. Advance gradually. Advancement, progression, furtherance. Adversely affected by, suffers from, subject to. Civilization exists by geological consent, subject to change without notice. Will Durand. Advertised, trumpeted. Advise counsel. Advise counsel, impress upon caution. Advises me to, recommends me to. Advisor consigliere. Advisor's brain trust, intellectual blood bank. Advocate, proponent, apostle, firebrand. Advocate, espouse, proselytize, countenance. Affair, entanglement, liaison. Intrigue. Everything was in confusion in the Oblonsky's house. The wife had discovered that the husband was carrying on an intrigue with a French girl, who had been a governess in their family, and she had announced to her husband that she could not go on living in the same house with him. Leo Tolstoy, Anna Karenina. Affect, inform, color, sensations, feelings, volitions, ideas. Such are the changes into which my existence is divided and which color it in turns. Henry Bergson, Creative Evolution. Affected by, suffer from. Affected her with. She had never been pretty. Her whole life, which had been but a succession of us works, had produced upon her a kind of transparent whiteness, and in growing old she had acquired what may be called the beauty of goodness. Victor Hugo, Les Miserables. Afraid. I go in fear of my life. After having, afterward, after which, in the aftermath, coming on the heels of thereafter, from onwards, post. Fashions occurring after the reign of King Edward are said to be post-Edwardian. After a while in time, over the course of a few short weeks. After being, after having been. After I'm gone, all hell will break loose. Moi le déluge. Lit. After me, the deluge. He betrayed not a little arrogance with his reply. Après moi le déluge pie. After the event. After the war, post-bellum. Lit. When the killing was ended, the post-bellum government enacted measures to lessen the likelihood of another war. After the year, in the years following. After thinking about it on reflection. Again, once again, here again, yet again, Redux. Upon its release in 2001, Francis Ford Coppola's 1979 film, Apocalypse Now, was aptly retitled Apocalypse Now Redux. Again and again, several times over. Against have come out against. Against the rules, at odds with, at variance with, flies in the face of heresy. Against the wishes of overstrong objections, in defiance of. Age of similar date. Aggravate. Aggressive, going for the jugular. Aggressively hostile, vitriolic, belligerent. Agonizing issues, the thorniest of issues. Agonizingly. The day was murderously hot and there was no wind, and the dust hung above the army like a yellow veil. Michael Shara, the Killer Angels. Agree to disagree, modus vivendi. Israel and Palestine have been unable to reach a modus vivendi regarding disputed territories. Agree to, in a condescending way, deign to. He didn't even deign to reply to her inquiry. Agreeable, amenable, complaisant. Very agreeable, obliging. Very agreeable. The union is amenable to the latest corporate offer. Agreed on, was agreed upon, was settled between us. Agreeing, in accord with, in agreement, well disposed to, concordant. Agreement, accommodation, consensus, concurrence, accord, covenant. Perfect coincidence between. Those who discourse of the nature of truth affirm a perfect coincidence between truth and goodness. Robert South. Sermons preached upon several occasions. Agrees with, is in keeping with, comports with, is consistent with the views of, echoes, reflects, accords with. It is not because the truth is too difficult see that we make mistakes. We make mistakes because the easiest and most comfortable course for us is to seek insight where accords with our emotions, especially selfish ones. Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Ahead of. 8. My attorney had taken his shirt off and was pouring beer on his chest to facilitate the tanning process. What the hell are you yelling about? He muttered, staring up at the sun with his eyes closed and covered with wraparound Spanish sunglasses. Never mind, I said. It's your turn. Drive. Hunter S. Thompson. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Aimless remark. Pierre plunged into the subway. A feverish, a brutal crowd. On his feet near door, closely pressed in a bank of human bodies and sharing the heavy atmosphere passing in and out of their mouths. He stared without seeing them at the black and rumbling vaults over which flickered the shining eyes of the train. Romain Roland, Pierre and Luz. Airy ethereal. All among those who each with its own the whole of. All around the room, all about the room. All for nothing, all for naught. All hell breaks loose, war of all against all. All I have is I have only a. All kinds of every sort, all manner of. He is a man of action, but at the same time a scholar who finds time for everything and likes to discuss all manner of subjects under heaven and on earth. Parlagerkvist, the dwarf. All-knowing, omniscient. All my life, all the days of my life, I have the feeling that whatever happened would have happened whether I had been on hand or not, whether I had spoken or been still, whether I had known the Carmodies all the days of my life or had met them for the first time one sunlit afternoon in the middle of last week. Edwin O'Connor, The Edge of Sadness. All night, the whole night through. A counselor ought not to sleep the whole night through, a man to whom the populace is entrusted, and who has many responsibilities. Homer, the Iliad. All of the whole of the life of a nomad is surprising. You cover 900 miles in 2 weeks, the whole of Anatolia in a cloud of dust. Nicolas Bouvier, The Way of the World. All of it's the full measure of its. All of the sudden I saw, all at once I saw. All of them all together without exception in toto. All out endorsement, a full-throated endorsement. All over, widespread, pervasive, systemic, prevailing. All over the place, indiscriminately. All over the world over. All that is asked of him is that he no more is asked of him than to. For readers reared on travelers' tales, the words desert isle may conjure up a place of soft sands and shady trees where brooks run to quench a castaway's thirst and ripe fruit falls into his hand, where no more is asked of him than to drowse the days away till a ship calls to fetch him home. J.M. Coetzee, Foe. All the way to its full extent. All they want with impunity. All together, all told en masse in toto. All we can say is all that can be said is all that is known as that. All you have to do is you have only to, we should only have to. All you want to your heart's content. Alliance Anschluss, an unseemly political alliance. Allocate a portion, appropriate earmark. Allow, enable, play host to perpetuate. Allowable, permissible. Allowed, permissible, admissible. Perfectly at liberty to, in order for. Roland asked if it was in order for him to study these jottings. He gave his credentials. He was part-time research assistant to Professor Blackletter, who had been editing Ash's complete works since 1951. A.S. Byatt, Possession. Ali, a ready patron. Jack found a ready patron in Lisa, the new head of product development. Ali with almost all but the most, near to nearly so, most anything, almost to the point of every chance but one. Almost dead. Almost done. Along with, alongside those of, in the midst of. Already been decided, a foregone conclusion, a fait accompli. Do not write to my sister yet. When is a fait accompli? Then we will tell her, because then it will be useless for her do other than to accept. D.H. Lawrence. Selected letters. Already exist, pre-exist. Man is explicable by nothing less than all his history. Without hurry, without rest, the human spirit goes forth from the beginning to embody every faculty, every thought, every emotion, which belongs to it, in appropriate events. But the thought is always prior to the fact. All the facts of history pre-exist in the mind as laws. Ralph Waldo Emerson, Essay on History. Already going on, already afoot. Also, what's more to say, nothing of it may be added, that also to be found among other things here again in turn likewise, moreover, not the least of which, and on top of that, notwithstanding the fact that otherwise known as, parenthetically so too did, if not even beyond that as a further matter as did no less. This work is in excellent condition, and signed no less, 2. Altered, doctored. Although, albeit, but then again, even if the trip abroad was enjoyable, albeit brief, the speech was well written, if uncertainly delivered. Always, never hesitates to, on every occasion, eternally, evermore, ever. Always be careful to. Always right. Amateur. Dilettante. Amazing, astonishing, staggering. Amount of, degree of, a quotient of, reckoning of, a quantity of, application of. From the freezer she pulled out a bottle and poured herself a serious application of vodka. Tim Winton. Dirt music. Amusing, diversion, divertissement. Amusing in an odd way. An enjoyment, a relish. The constant attention of Mr. and Mrs. Henry Dashwood to his wishes, which proceeded not merely from interest, but from goodness of heart, gave him every degree of solid comfort which his age could receive, and the cheerfulness of the children added a relish to his existence. Jane Austen. Sense and Sensibility. An example of an instance of. Analyze, parse, assay, attempt some analysis of. Anarchist philosophy. Hobbesian. Ancestors, forebears, antecedents. Ancient, archaic, paleo, primordial, primeval, antediluvian, antiquarian. Ancient times, antiquity. An. As well as this, together with both, in, moreover, and alike, and what's more with, we would tell our children, if you travel as far as you can that way, as far as you can that way, you will come to places that lie more distant from our sun than we do. You will find thick water, not light and quick moving as it is with us. The water is slow with cold, and on its surface it wrinkles, it moves, or even, sometimes, makes plates or flakes that are solid. This is ice. Doris Lessing. The Making of the Representative for Planet 8. And also, and on top of that. And by that I mean, which is to say, they were gentlemen magicians, which is to say they had never harmed anyone by magic, nor done anyone the slightest good. Susanna Clark, Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. And I don't think. And others. And so it is. And so on. And sure enough, ready to sleep, she says, and indeed, en route, she falls asleep briefly, her head slumped against the window. J.M. Coetzee, The Lives of Animals. And therefore, and as befits that background, angelic, cherubic, ethereal, seraphic, anger, incense, anger, malevolence, animosity, animus, ire, angry, heated, acrimonious, indignant, incensed, seething, animal life, fauna, animal sculptures, totemic sculptures, topiary sculptures, bushes shaped like animals, animals, creepers, beasts. In the first days of December the birds, after frequent biting frosts, flew into villages and towns, and even wild beasts came out of dense forests and drew near the houses of people. Henryk Sienkiewicz, On the Field of Glory. Announcing, calling attention to. Annoy, exasperate, tire, rankle, displease. Annoyed, displeased, piqued, vexed. Annoying, tiresome, vexing, displeasing, incessant, irksome, nettlesome, infernal, bothersome. Annoying person, gadfly. Another, a further class of yet another. Answer, rejoinder, retort. Answer, evasively, parry, equivocate. Answer his question, address his concern. Anxious to, keen on, keen to know. Anxious to fight, spoiling for action. One man, however, was in fighting mood, awakened on edge, spoiling for action. Anonymous, Beowulf. Any good, the slightest good. They were gentlemen magicians, which is to say they had never harmed anyone by magic, nor done anyone the slightest good. Susanna Clarke, Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. Anyhow, be that as it may, nonetheless, nevertheless, notwithstanding, in any case, in any event, no harm was done. Anything they, that which they, any time they wanted, will with impunity. Anyway, at any rate, in any event, nevertheless, in any case, be that as it may, nonetheless, notwithstanding. Anywhere, arbitrarily. Anxiety, disquiet, angst. Apart from each other, asunder. Apathy, torpor. Apology, mea culpa. Apparent, much in evidence, semblant, putative. Apparently, ostensibly, by all accounts, by all appearances, presumably, purportedly, seemingly, is said to be the, it would seem on the face of it at first blush, we are told, there lies a small market town or rural port, which by some is called Greensburg, but which is more generally and properly known by the name of Tarrytown. This name was given, we are told, in former days, by the good housewives of the adjacent country, from the inveterate propensity their husbands to linger about the village tavern on market days. Washington Irving, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Appeal to a higher authority in vogue. At the beginning of an epic poem, the protagonist often invokes a muse protection. Appear, present oneself, shows itself in surface, make an appearance, emerge. Appearance, facade, outward show, visage, a pretense, mean, patina, semblance, veneer. Appearance of emergence, of presence, of ascendancy, of. Appeared in, graced, are. Appearing without, casting oneself as. Appears to be, strikes one as, has every appearance of, has all the earmarks of, assumes the guise of. Appease, placate, mollify. Apply pressure, bring to bear, exert. Apply to, extend to. Appreciate, savor. Almost every day for 5 years I had left for somewhere and arrived somewhere. In the morning I had gone up station steps and down again. In the afternoon down station steps and up again. Signaled for a taxi. Felt in my pockets for money to pay for my ticket. Bought evening papers at kiosks. And savored in the corner of my mind the studied casualness of these mechanical actions. Heinrich Boll, the clown. Appreciating local culture. Approach. Approach, draw near, come upon. Approach, aggressively, accost. Approaching, oncoming, winter, drawing on. Appropriate for, in keeping with, most suited for, lends itself to, apropos, befitting, only fitting, commensurate, apt, in accordance with, felicitous, in order for, aptly chosen. Appropriateness of, the propriety of. Approval, assent, adoption, approbation, imprimatur. We could not proceed without the court's imprimatur. Approve, condone. Approved, not without sanction. She has a vested right to half of the estate. Her right to the estate is not without sanction. Approved of, hailed, welcomed, applauded, rapturously received, was supportive of. Approximately some 10 million on the order of there or thereabouts, by and large to the tune of are to be found, are in fact, are judged, are among the most, happen to be, they are not, they remain, are accessible, lie within the reach of, are all over the place, abound, are ubiquitous, are because, are rooted mainly in the, are caused by, stem from, are different, make quite a contrast, are examples of, stand as examples of, are expensive, command high prices, are farther from, lie more distant from. We would tell our children, if you travel as far as you can, this way, as far as you can that way, you will come to places that lie more distant from our sun than we do. You will find thick water, not light and quick moving as it is with us. The water is slow with cold, and on its surface it wrinkles, it moves, or even, sometimes, makes plates or flakes that are solid. This is ice. Doris Lessing, The Making of the Representative for Planet 8. Are hidden, are indistinguishable from, are in, are to be found in, lie in. Although he devotes hours of each day his new discipline, he finds its first premise, as enunciated in the Communications 101 Handbook, preposterous. Human society has created language in order that we may communicate our thoughts, feelings and intentions to each other. His own opinion, which he does not air, is that origins of speech lie in song, and the origins of song in the need to fill out with sound over large and rather empty human soul. J.M. Coetzee, Disgrace. Are lucky, lucky are they who are many abound. Are not, they are not, it is clearly not the case that are not as important as take a backseat to reflections on politics, though take a backseat to the practicalities of surviving on the road and, in the style of Herodotus, collecting dubious bits of lore. Richard B. Woodward, New York Times, November 1, 2009 as are not successful, never know success. For the traveler we see leaning on his neighbor is an honest and well-meaning man and full of melancholy, like those Chekhov characters so laden with virtues that they never know success in life. Or Han Pamuk, Snow. Are not well known, are too little known. Are only remain, at best, no more than. Are proof of a test to stand as proof of. Are remembered as stand in memory as. Are similar, bear a resemblance to, have close affinities to, are close in style to, might be mistaken for. Are still remain. Are supposed to, are to. Are the same, are one. Are the symptoms of, reflect. Are unable to, are in no position to. Are valid, bear scrutiny, bear inspection. As political analysis, there's something to be said for Krugman's Manichaean view of the world. But Krugman is also an economist, a very good one, and the economics of what is proposed bear inspection. John Cassidy, The New Yorker, November 4, 2009. Are you able to, can you manage to? Are you afraid for them? Do you fear for them? Area, sphere, dominion, domain, sphere of influence, theater of war, expanse, swath, locale, realm. In the brand new, state-of-the-art condominium, mother and daughter will each have her own realm. Erica here, mother there, both realms neatly divided. Elfriede Jelinek, the piano teacher. Area of expertise, my bailiwick, the province of success is the province of those who work hardest. Aren't many, are few to be found. Argue that, hold that, contend that, maintain that. Arguing at loggerheads, wrangling, trading, public insults. Argument, quarrel, impasse, great divide, source of antagonism between. Argumentative, polemical, contentious. Aristocrat, a patrician. Arose from, found expression in. A roundabout, roundabout. Arrange, configure, orchestrate, array. Arrange into a system, codify. Abner Doubleday was the first to codify the rules of what would become modern baseball. Arrange, deployed. Arrangement, configuration, a certain geometry of purpose, a disposition of. Arrival, advent of. Arrogance, hauteur. Arrogant, haughty, imperious. Art of controversy, polemics. Art of debate, forensics. Article, a piece on. Artificial Ersatz, New London, in southeastern Connecticut, about midway between New York and Boston. Seems on paper a lot like Mystic, its neighbor to the east. All sea views, seafood, and seafaring history, but unlike that quaint, or perhaps faux quaint, town, New London is becoming as recognized for independent art scene as for its handsome harbor. Laura Siciliano Rosen, New York Times, November 1, 2009. Artificial behavior, affectation, pretense in a highly mannered fashion. Artificial device, contrivance, deus ex machina. Artist executant. Artistic, aesthetic, symmetric, geometric. The outfit was acceptable by any theological and geometrical standards, however abstruse, and suggested a rich inner life. John Kennedy Toole, A Confederacy of Dunces. Artist's life work on display, a retrospective. Artwork, a work, a piece. As it is. She was fair as the rose in May, Geoffrey Chaucer. As once said, to borrow the words of it is, in the lexicon of, a very, to approximate s remark. It was only that, having written down the first few fine paragraphs, I could not produce any others, or, to approximate Gertrude Stein's remark about a lesser writer of the lost generation, I had the syrup but it wouldn't pour. William Styron, Sophie's Choice. As a favor, do it ex gratia. As a formality, pro forma. As a matter of fact, as it happens, the fact of the matter is, truth be told, as a matter of course. Nevertheless, on most topics the atmosphere was liberal. For instance, Darwinism was accepted as a matter of course. Bertrand Russell, On God and Religion. As a result, consequently, hence, thus, as a consequence, in consequence. As a way of. As an added bonus. As an expression of. As expected. As far as, insofar as, inasmuch as, considering that, insomuch as, to such an extent that. As far as I'm concerned, and I, for my part, it is, in my estimation. As far as we know, as far as we can see on the face of it, so far as it appeared to all appearances, or so it goes. As for with respect to, as to apropos of, with regard to. As good, comparable, anything that bears comparison. Now I cannot recall any fight you entered, Unferth, that bears comparison. Anonymous, Beowulf. As great as the equal of. As he sees it by his reckoning in his judgment, to a man of his age, 52, divorced, he has, to his mind, solved the problem of sex rather well. On Thursday afternoons he drives to Greenpoint. Punctually at 2 p.m., he presses the buzzer at the entrance to Windsor Mansions, speaks his name, and enters. J.M. Coetzee, disgrace. As if, leaning far out the window, the girl called to the station manager as though he were a great distance away. Yasunari Kawabata, Snow Country. As if he owned her in a proprietary sort of way. As if it were real, pertaining to film cinema verite. As is usually the case as usual. As long as it is insofar as it is provided it is. As many as you want any number of. As much as no less than as fully as. As much as I much as I. As much as we try as we might. As opposed to in contrast to. As promised true to his word. As required as the occasion may require. As so often as usual in. As stated by, if I may paraphrase. As time went by in the course of time. As usual in typical fashion. As young as no older than. Ash-colored ashen. Ashamed quite cast down. Aside from otherwise in other respects apart from that among other. Ask, raise the question, pose the question, pursue that line of inquiry, inquire, trouble, invite, put to, inquire after, make inquiries, call upon, put the question to, put it to. Ask for help, appeal, solicit, enlist the help of, petition him in favor of, make inquiries, occasion, invite, call upon you for. Ask her this question, put this question to her, ask this of her. Asked for, expressed the need for. Asked to, called upon to. Asking for trouble, courting disaster. Asleep, dormant. Aspect, component, facet, dimension, dynamic feature. The irony does not escape him, that the one who comes to teach learns the keenest of lessons, while those who come to learn nothing. It is a feature of his profession on which he does not remark to Soraya. J.M. Coetzee, disgrace. Ask his or lackey, obsequious person, sycophant. Assembled, marshaled. Assessment and accounting of. Assigned to do, charged with. Assignment, stint. Assimilation, acculturation. Assist, accommodate, cater to their needs, minister to. Assistant, adjunct, underling, subordinate, understudy, attaché. Assistant chef, sous chef. Assistant's retinue, entourage, coterie, cortege. Assisted, tended upon, ministered to. Associate, collaborator, confederate. Associate with, lend one's name to. Associated with, affiliated with, linked to, home to, once synonymous with, centered around, attributed to, incidental to, allied to, bound up with. Assume, posit, postulate, take as an indication that assumed power possessed himself of. Assumes that there is, presupposes a. Assumption, presumption, premise, postulate. Assure, dispel any doubts. At all, by any means, in the least, remotely, in the slightest degree whatsoever, in any sense, not even for a moment. At, around, circa. The Mencius was written circa 4th century BCE. At home in one's element. At least accept the consolation that at the very least. At length in extenso. At noon he noon found him. Noon found him momentarily alone, while the family prepared lunch in the kitchen. Paul Harding, Tinkers. At risk, at hazard, in peril of. And I think a man would have to put soul at hazard. And I won't do that. I think now that maybe I never would. Cormac McCarthy, No Country for Old Men. At that moment, on that instant, either we live by accident and die by accident, or we live by plan and die by plan. And on that instant Brother Juniper made the resolve to inquire into the secret lives of those 5 persons, that moment falling through the air, and to surprise the reason of their taking off. Thornton Wilder, The Bridge of San Luis Rey. At that point, with that. At the age of, in her year. At the beginning, at the outset, from the outset. At the end of the day, in the final analysis, ultimately, literature is nothing but carpentry. With both you are working with reality, a material just as hard as wood. Gabriel Garcia Marquez. At the house of Chez, in France, instead of eating at Spencer's, you eat at Chez Spencer. At the point of death in extremis. At the same time, meanwhile, in the meantime, is at once his, and his it is at once. At this juncture, corporate cliché, at this time. At this moment in time, at this moment. At this pace, a pace. At what he said, at his words. At which time, whereupon. At will, with impunity, at one's will and pleasure, at one's discretion, as far as one desires of one's own accord. Ate breakfast, took his breakfast. At 8 a.m., he took his breakfast of toast and eggs. Victor Hugo, Les Miserables. Atheism, existentialism, secular existentialism. Existentialism explained in under 140 characters. GD does not exist, so you are free to make your own inwardly passionate, individual choices. Some are worthy of this responsibility, most are not, which is why life is absurd. Atmosphere, an air of a note of with distinct undertones, flavor or a milieu, genius loci. Attach, append. Attached, adjoining. Attached to, moor to. Attack, have at, lay siege, to lay in, to take a swipe at, set upon, savage, besiege, assail. The terror and hurt in my story happened because when I was young I thought others were the authors of my fortune and misfortune. I did not know that a person could hold up a wall made of imaginary bricks and mortar against the horrors and cruel, dark tricks of time that assail us, and be the author therefore of themselves. Sebastian Barry, The Secret Scripture. Attack, incursion, foray, onslaught, barrage, salvo of the latest salvo in the battle against Sortie. Attack verbally inveigh against, cast aspersions upon. Attacked by, came under fire, subject to, set upon, beset by. Attacker of cherished beliefs, an iconoclast. Attempt to, bid to, endeavor to, have a go, adventure, a push for. Attempts at, forays into. Attentive, discerning. Attentive to the views of, solicitous of the views of. Attitude, manner, predisposition, disposition. Attract, appeal to, draw, collect, invite. Attract attention, to draw their gazes, accentuate, engage, invite attention. After pointing heavenward for half a century, the steeple appeared to have swerved suddenly from its purpose, and to invite now the attention of the wayfarer to the bar beneath. E.A.G. Glasgow, the miller of Old Church. Attracted attention had been the object of much attention, drew close scrutiny from. Attracted to, drawn to. Although I was first drawn to math and science by the certainty they promised, today I find the unanswered questions and the unexpected connections at least as attractive. Professor Lisa Randall, Warped Passages. Attraction to, fondness for, allure of, the appeal lay in affinity for, gravitation towards. Attractive, engaging, inviting. She is quite engaging. Attribute, ascribe, invested with qualities of, assign. Authority, standing. Authorize, license, vest with. Available to use, discretionary, at one's disposal. Average looking, nondescript. Aviatrix, pilot. Avoid, circumvent, avert, steer clear, give a wide berth, pointedly avoid, finesse, forbear, shun. Avoid the question, hedge around the question, defer. In his response to our pointed questions, he deferred to his counterparts within the agency. Avoidance, forbearance. Avoided, averted. The crisis was averted when the European Union voted on a bailout package for Greece. Award, accolade. Awarding, granting. Aware of, acquainted with, conscious of, mindful of, privy to the secret, in tune with, attuned to, heedful of. Away, at bay. Away from, secluded from, apart from. She stood apart from the crowd, letting it drift by her to the platform or the street, and wearing an air of irresolution which might, as he surmised, be the mask of a very definite purpose. Edith Wharton, The House of Mirth. Awful, reprehensible, reproachful, deplorable, wretched, grievous, depraved, perverse, wayward, worthy of censure, unredeeming. Awful, quality of little merit, leave much to be desired. Awkward, ill at ease, discomfited. B-movies, psychotronic films, psychotronica. Back and forth, vacillating, oscillating, passing from to, flitting between, moving to and fro with some interplay. Back away from what was said, backpedal, roll that one back. Back of the boat, the stern, go aft, towards the back. Back them up, lend support. Back then. Back up. Backup plan. Backed up. Backfired, hoisted with one's own petard. Background, backdrop. The president gave his speech with Mount Rushmore as his backdrop. Backlighting contre-jour. The contre-jour photographic technique will create a silhouette every time. Bad, perverse, wayward, wretched, unredeeming, depraved. Bad acts, indiscretions, transgressions, misdeeds, improprieties, wrongs, vices. Bad at, inept, not well suited. It's not a game in which I'm particularly well suited. Bad at math. Bad behavior. Come to spread your villainy, have you? Bad deeds, pollutions. Bad effects. Bad for, do not lend themselves easily to, detrimental to, poisonous to. Mother Nature determines what is poisonous to the soul and body, and sometimes it is easy to avoid that which is painful and unclean, e.g., we naturally have no desire to eat fetid corpses and drink motor oil. Sintra Wilson. A massive swelling. Bad girl, femme fatale. Bad guy, the heavy. Bad idea, ill-advised, inadvisable, a non-starter, no chance of success. Bad image, troubled image. Bad luck, misfortune. Bad mouth, speak harshly of, throw aspersions on, deride, refer to, derisively, disparage, denigrate, express contempt for, traduce, belittle, libel. You cannot libel the dead, I think. You can only console them. Anne Enright. The Gathering. Bad poet, poetaster. Bad quality, of little merit, leaves much to be desired. Bad situation, plight, predicament. Bad smelling, noisome odor, putrid, fetid. Bad taste, in bad form, off color, in poor form, indecorous. Bad tempered, ill-humored, ill-tempered, irascible, morose, querulous, snarky, cantankerous. Bad timing, untimely. Bad weather, inclement weather. Badly affected by, adversely affected, were subjected to. Badly affected, the cast a pall over, put a terror on. But there were dry years too, and they put a terror on the valley. John Steinbeck. East of Eden. Badly conceived, misbegotten. Bag of tricks, repertoire. Balance, equilibrium. Balance, strike a balance. Balcony, gallery. Bandits, outlanders, marauders. Long ago it wasn't just a road, following the high ground, away from the woods and swamps lower down, but a defensive barrier, a bulwark against marauders from north, whomever they may have been. Henry Schuckman, New York Times, November 1, 2009. Banker, financier, investment banker, merchant banker. Bare, Spartan, unembellished, austere. Barely, narrowly, scarcely, by a tiny margin, it was all they could do to. Barely know her, we're on short acquaintance. Barely perceptible, liminal. Bargaining, horse trading, negotiating. Bark is worse than his bite, he's just blustering, not as formidable as his words. Barricade, Cordian. Bartender, barkeep, barmaid. Based on, founded on, rests in part on, predicated on, informed by, built on. Love built on beauty, soon as beauty dies. John Donne. Based in, rooted in. Basic, underlying framework upon which, basic to our understanding of. Basic instinct, primal urge. Bathroom, washroom. Batting average below .200, the Mendoza line. Battle, firestorm, flashpoint, standoff, maelstrom. Turbulent, confusion, melee, bitter wrangling. The measure has ignited a political firestorm. Battle, take the fight, to have it, join the fray. Be, remain. Be careful, tread carefully, take care what you do, take care to. Take care to select the proper ratios and flavors. Be discouraged, lose heart. Be good enough should suffice. Be hospitable, extend hospitality. Be influenced by, fall into the hands of. Be liked, find favor, prove acceptable. Be my guest by all means. Be offended by, take umbrage, take exception, to recoil from. Be optimistic, strike an optimistic tone. Be presented, to come before. Be priced at, will fetch, should command. Be quiet, hold your peace, keep your counsel. Be seen as, constitute, amount to. Be so bad, fall into error. How can you fall into such error? Be sure, rest assured. Be there, be on hand. Bear most of it, bear the brunt of it. Bear like sign. Beat, overcome, best the competition, bested. Beat, bludgeon. Beat around the bush, flutter round it. Beat it clear off. You get some who blow kisses or try to get hold of your arm, but then they are definitely knocking at the wrong door. I get off my bicycle and refuse to go further in their company, or I pretend to be insulted and tell them in no uncertain terms to clear off. Anne Frank, the diarrhea young girl. Beaten, equaled, surpassed. Beaten, badly, routed, schooled. Beating, drubbing, shellacking. Beautiful, breathtaking, exquisite, striking, stunning, handsome. New London, in southeastern Connecticut, about midway between New York and Boston. Seems on paper a lot like Mystic, its neighbor to the east. All sea views, seafood, and seafaring history. But unlike that quaint, or perhaps faux quaint, town, New London is becoming as recognized for independent art scene as for its handsome harbor. Laura Siciliano Rosen, New York Times, November 1, 2009. Beautiful woman, love runs after her like puppies, said of a beautiful woman Belle. Became, grew to be, more, gave way to, came to be, regarded as, came to have significant. Became famous, gained wide recognition, won notoriety. Became good at, mastered the art of. Became popular, found favor with. Became president, assumed office. Because of, owing to, as a consequence of, in light of, as. So young as I was in that, for reasons, for the purposes of, substantially owing to, what, with the, on her account, by virtue of, in consequence, for fear of, for the sake of, by dint of, in view of, for the reason that, on account of. This is a tale of a meeting between two lonesome, skinny, fairly old white men on a planet which was dying fast. One of them was a science fiction writer named Kilgore Trout. He was a nobody at the time, and he supposed his life was over. He was mistaken. As a consequence of the meeting, he became one of the most beloved and respected human beings in history. Kurt Vonnegut, Breakfast of Champions. There was a girl named Flora, who paid Mrs. Suxby a penny to take me begging at a play. People used to like to take me begging then, for the sake of my bright hair, and Flora being also very fair, she would pass me off as her sister, Sarah Waters, Fingersmith. My parents, Lord and Lady Amberley, were considered shocking in their day on account of their advanced opinions in politics, theology, and morals. Bertrand Russell, on God and Religion. Because I was so young as I was. Because of a lack of for want of. Because of that by that very fact ipso facto. Because of your that's what comes of your. Because that's all we have for want of something better. Become grow to be lead to grow cross the border into. I enjoyed such moments, but only in brief. If the talk began to wander, or cross the border into familiarity, I would soon find reason to excuse myself. I had grown too comfortable in my solitude, the safest place I knew. Barack Obama, dreams from my father. Become a victim of fall victim too. Become annoyed with chafe under the leadership style of. Become fully effective come into one's own. Become more accepted gain currency with. Become more prominent claim more attention. Become public see the light of day come to light. Becomes as rendered assumes manifests. My fingers are mated into a mirrored series of what manifests, to me, as the letter X David Foster Wallace, infinite jest. Becomes friends with finds a friend in. Becoming extinct in dramatic decline. Beehive swirl of activity. Been might have proved. I took up my coat and carpet bag, and went into the next room to change my linen, and dress for dinner. Any distress at the termination of my intrigue with Betty was amply compensated for by my joy at the happy ending of a troublesome affair which might have proved fatal for me. Jacques Casanova, Volume 6c, Rome, The Memoirs of Jacques Casanova. Beforehand formerly. Before mentioned aforementioned. Before now heretofore. Before the Revolution Ancien Regime. Beg plead implore supplicate. Began we got down to it established embarked on begun its course. The planet Mars, I scarcely need remind the reader, revolves about the Sun at mean distance of 140 million miles, and the light and heat it receives from the Sun is barely half that received by this world must be, if the nebular hypothesis has any truth, older than our world, and long before this Earth ceased to be molten, life upon surface must have begun its course. H. Wells, The War of the Worlds. Began again resumed. Began living in took up residence in. Began to set about. Began to collect came to collect. Began to cry fell to crying, and all at once, though I had remained dry-eyed through all the insults done me on board ship and through the hours of despair when I was alone on the waves with the captain lying dead at my feet, a handspike jutting from his eye socket, I fell to crying. J.M. Coetzee, Foe. Began to play the band struck up a dozen voices caught up the refrain. Began to think about her thoughts turned to. Beginner eyes commence establish inaugurate set about take up embark upon enter upon launch into begin the task of fire the opening salvo get to the business of begin its course there are the beginnings of. Beginner novice neophyte. Beginning, incipient, emergent, nascent. Beginning, the inception, the onset, the emergence. Beginning and end of, birth and death of. I always found in myself a dread of West and a love of East. Where I ever got such an idea I cannot say, unless it could be that the morning came over the peaks of the Gabilans and the night drifted back from the ridges of the Santa Lucias. It may be that the birth and death of the day had some part in the feeling about the two ranges of mountains. John Steinbeck, East of Eden. Beginning stages in OVO. Beginnings of, inklings of. Begs the question. Incorrect usage leads to the question of. Begun, hanging out with. Behave, conduct oneself, comport oneself, remain within the bounds of decorum, act with regard to. Behavior, decorum, conventions, composure, governance in her manner, demeanor, severity of demeanor with playfully exaggerated ceremony, tone, poise, carriage. Behind it is informed by. Behind closed doors, a grave house clause. Behind the scenes, the inner workings of the inner councils of. Being attacked, embattled, beset upon, much maligned. Being polite, from politeness. Belief, notion, conviction, sentiment, thoughts on the matter, faith, tenet, axiom, doctrine, dogma, ideology, ethos. We need more humanity, more care, more love. There are those who expect a political system to produce that, and others who expect the love to produce the system. My own faith is that the truth of the future lies between the two, and we shall behave humanly and a bit humanely, stumbling along, haphazardly generous and gallant, foolishly and meanly wise, until the rape of our planet is seen to be the preposterous folly that it is. William Golding. Belief in only one God, the monotheistic creed. Believability, credence, plausibility. Believable, plausible, well-founded. Believe, accept, subscribe to, embrace the theory of, partial to the view that, suppose, presume. Believe in, hew, adhere to, favor, hold to. Augustus held to a more leisurely philosophy. He believed in giving creatures a little time to think, so he stood in the sun a few minutes until the rattler calmed down and crawled out a hole. Larry McMurtry, Lonesome Dove. Believe it or not, unbelievable as it may seem. Believe me, rest assured. Believed, to be thought on good grounds, to be have it on good authority that. Believers, advocates of. Bell ringing, bell tolling, tolling. Belonged to, were those of. Beneath one's dignity, infradig. Most professors consider the grading papers to be infradig. Beneficial, salutary. Benefit, would profit by, enjoy the fruits of favor. The political winds favor their chances. Benefits, dividends, profits, gifts. There must be acceptance and the knowledge that sorrow fully accepted brings its own gifts. For there is an alchemy in sorrow. It can be transmuted into wisdom, which, if it does not bring joy, can yet bring happiness. Pearl S. Buck, The Child Who Never Grew. Besides, quite apart from. Best, unparalleled in a class by itself, unrivaled, unsurpassed, of the first order, beyond comparing, comparable, alike no other, preeminent, nonpareil, the noblest of the highest quality, sets a standard of the foremost, a hallmark of the crown princess, of the dean, of the maestro, of transcendent, rarely equaled. Best case scenario at best. Best expressed, most notably expressed. Best of the best, creme de la creme. Best part pièce de résistance. Best way to how best to. Best we can do is we can do no better than to. Bet me, who will take a bet with me? Betrayal duplicity. Betrayed broke faith with. Better suited for a more perfect preferable to be preferred. Between among. There is little agreement among party leaders. Between themselves interse. Between you and I, between you and me. Biased, partisan, predisposed, tendentious. Big declines, sharp declines. Big shot grandee. Don't worry, Bill said to Sheba. You'll get used to the gloom. He smiled at her magnanimously, the grandee allowing her into the little enclosure of his bonhomie. Zoe Heller, notes on a scandal. Big word, lofty word, pretentious word. Biographical movie or TV show, a biopic. Bird singing. Birth nascence. Birthing accouchement. The royal family attended the accouchement of the queen, and did behold their future king. Birthplace, spawning ground of provenance. No matter what its name or provenance, it is believed that the arrival of the Europeans on Hispaniola unleashed the fuck-on world, and we've all been in the shit ever since. Junot Diaz, The Brief Wondrous Life of Oscar Wilde. Biting acerbic. Bitter acrid. Bitterness, rancor. Black raven, black sable, obsidian. Black and white view of the world. As political analysis, there's something to be said for Krugman's Manichaean view of the world, but Krugman is also an economist, a very good one, and the economics of what is proposed bear inspection. John Cassidy, The New Yorker, November 4, 2009. Black comedy, antiquated gallows humor. Black sheep, antiquated pariah. Black slavery in the U.S., that peculiar institution. Blame, implicate, point an accusatory finger, apportion blame, the fault lay in part, withhold, to account for, find fault with. She had bonny children, yet she felt they had been thrust upon her, and she could not love them. They looked at her coldly, as if they were finding fault with her, and hurriedly she felt she must cover up some fault in herself. D.H. Lawrence, The Rocking Horse Winner. Blaming yourself, self-reproach, much of this is my own doing. Bland, insipid, vapid, nondescript, weary, flat, stale, and unprofitable. Blank slate, tabula rasa. Blatant, overt, patent. Bleacher bums, groundlings. Blend into, assimilate. Blessings, mercies. Let's be glad for small mercies. Blue gave forth a blast of wind. Blindly devoted follower and apparatchik. Block, stymie, thwart, frustrate, check. Blocked him, prevented his passing, barred him from. Bloodbath, a bath of blood. Blood feud, vendetta. Blood money, filthy lucre. Bloom, come into its own. Blow a kiss, waft a phantom kiss. Blown, driven. Driven on the wind that sweeps the gloomy hills of London. T.S. Eliot. 4 quartets. Blue Vishnu blue. Blue skies azure skies. Bluffing posturing. Board of Directors the Directorate. Boast lorded over trumpet. Boastful vaunting. Bodily corporeal. Body his whole person rose up, the figure of a man could be seen. Body of work oeuvre. Bogus without merit. Bold brazen nervy audacious brassy. Boldness bravado temerity audacity. Bombard barrage. Bond a rapport. Bookwork tome, large and scholarly source. Boomerang recoil, violence does, in truth, recoil upon the violent. Arthur Conan Doyle. Boondocks the hinterland in some far corner outlands. Booze a chorus of disdainful throated boos. Boost shot in the arm. Bored of, incorrect usage, bored with, bored by. Boredom tedium ennui. Boring tedious mundane hackneyed warmed over retreads of fairly sleepy, not a showstopper, not electrifying. If his performance was not electrifying, least it was believable. Boring and oversimplified writing pabulum. Boring parts of a book longer. Born with, graced with. Borrows from, draws upon, is informed by. Bossy imperious magisterial officious high-handed. Both of which either respectively the two it is at once an. Everything about her was at once vigorous and exquisite, at once strong and fine. Edith Wharton, The House of Mirth. Both ends opposite ends. Both of them both these persons the two them both. There are only two extant copies, and we own them both. Bothered by, subjected to, encumbered by, we have no rest from it, it's a source of much distress to her, we are plagued by at. Subject to. Bothers, it weighs on me, it grieves me, troubles. Nevertheless, when her children were present, she always felt the center of her heart go hard. This troubled her, and in her manner she was all the more gentle and anxious for her children, as if she loved them very much. D. H. Lawrence, The Rocking Horse Winner. Bottomless pit. Brag, vaunt, boast. You can boast about anything if it's all you have. Maybe the less you have, the more you are required to boast. John Steinbeck, East of Eden. Brainwash, instill a sense of. Branch of, wing of, organ of. Branched, diverged. Brave, undaunted, plucky. Break apart, disband, splinter, rupture. Break open. Break up, part company. Break up. Break through. Breathed in. Breathing hard, breath comes fast. His nostrils are dilated and his breath comes fast. His demons are driving him. Upton Sinclair, The Jungle. Bribery, graft. Brief, cursory, momentary, fleeting, short-lived, ephemeral. Briefly in passing, in a word, in brief. I enjoyed such moments, but only in brief. If the talk began to wander, or cross the border into familiarity, I would soon find reason to excuse myself. I had grown too comfortable in my solitude, the safest place I knew. Barack Obama. Dreams from my father. Bright light, brilliant light. Brightness, luminosity. Brimming with the life to the sultry sounds of. Bring about, engender, raise, conjure up, summon, invite, effect, elicit, give, cause for, arouse, occasion. The competing viewpoints have raised debate among both wings of the Democratic Party. The coverage of Fort Hood will, rightfully, be extensive in the next few days, but it will be a pity if it completely overshadows how significant a story the killing of British soldiers has become in their country. What the incidents may have most in common is that they occasion a reckoning of costs of war. Amy Davidson, The New Yorker, November 6, 2009. Bring back. Bring down a notch. Bring me a. Bring to life. He had a way of animating the past like other history teacher could. Bring together, assemble. Bring up for discussion. Brings back memories after Marcel Proust, which is pronounced Proustian, Proust, not Proust. Brings out. British government. Broad range of. Broke through. Broken down, in disrepair, derelict. Brothers, brethren. Brought about, kindled. Brought back, redux. Upon its release in 2001, Francis Ford Coppola's 1979 film, Apocalypse Now, was aptly retitled Apocalypse Now Redux. Brought out, drew, elicited, incurred. Brought them together, assembled them. Nightfall assembled them, as it did the stars. With nothing in common but their no destitution, they mustered to sleep together in the porch of our Lord, cursing, insulting and jostling each other, picking quarrels with old enemies, or throwing earth and rubbish, even rolling on the ground and spitting and biting with rage. Miguel Angel Asturias, the president. Brought to mind, aroused in his mind the idea of brown chestnut, sepia tawny. Brown noser, sycophant, toady, lackey, obsequious person, unctuous person. Brown nosing, fawning. Brush aside, think no more of, discount, dismiss. Brutal, bestial. Buffer, hedge against, cordon sanitaire, as in buffer states between two countries. Build up, groundswell. Built a career, having fashioned a career. Built from, built of. We were sitting in the blind that Wanderabo hunters had built of twigs and branches at the edge of the Salt Lick when we heard the truck coming. Ernest Hemingway, The Green Hills of Africa. Built in, inherent, deep-seated, innate, resident. Built on, rests in part on, is predicated on, is informed by, built on. Love built on beauty, soon as beauty dies. John Donne. Built with, built of. Bull. PR. My main ambition as a journalist is to cut through the PR and find the truth in what politicians are saying. Chris Matthews. 2010 Hardball promo. Bullied, hectored. Bully, tormentor, tyrant. Bum, indigent, layabout, wastrel. Bum looking unkempt, bedraggled, harried. Bunch of accumulation of assemblage of repository of trove of. Burden an albatross, a tax on an encumbrance. This was still the era. It would end later in that famous decade, when to be young was a social encumbrance, a mark of irrelevance, a faintly embarrassing condition for which marriage was the beginning of a cure. Ian McEwan, Chesil Beach. Burden to saddle with, to encumber, to weigh heavy on, to subject to. Bureaucrat, a functionary, government official. Burning at the stake, auto da fe. Burying your head in the sand. Bushes shaped like animals. The whimsical theme is carried through from topiary sculptures to reinvented takes on classic cocktails, like the Black Forest Mojito, which is made with Chambord. Christine Chow, New York Times, November 1, 2009. Busy, preoccupied, engaged in, absorbed in, not a moment to spare. Busy place. Busy thinking, pensive. Busybody, a yenta. But with the caveat. But again, but here again, I proceeded, as I have said, to question Weena about this underworld, but here again I was disappointed. H.G. Wells, The Time Machine. But not if not. But not you, not so you. But in horn in. Buyer beware, caveat emptor. By means of, by the hands of, by way of, the work of, through the agency of, by virtue of, on the part of, by nothing less than. Man is explicable by nothing less than all his history, without hurry, without rest. The human spirit goes forth from the beginning to embody every faculty, every thought, every emotion, which belongs to it, in appropriate events. But the thought is always prior to the fact. All the facts of history pre-exist in the mind as laws. Ralph Waldo Emerson, Essay on History. By chance, happenstance, serendipity. By doing that, she, in so doing, she. By force, in high-handed fashion, by force of arms. By itself, in and of itself, of its own accord, intrinsically in its own right, per se of itself. By me, on my part. By that I mean, by which I mean. By that very fact, ipso facto. By the but kind of person a strict textualist does not live upon instinct. By the end of the week, by week's end. By the power of, by dint of. By the same token, in the same way, for the same reason. By the way, incidentally, if I may say, it may be added that. By using, by the use of, by means of. By your own decision, of your own accord, by your own volition, take it upon yourself to calculate, assess. Call, refer to as, have a name for, dub, what one could term. We have a name for that sort of thing. Kristen. It has been recorded that during his studies he particularly relished psychology. This is amply borne out by his writings. St. John was not what one could term a scholar. He was, however, intimately acquainted with the Summa of St. Thomas Aquinas, as almost every page of his works proves. St. Thomas Aquinas, On Prayer and a Contemplative Life. Call attention to feature. Call on, call forth, summon, beckon. Call out for, hail. Call together, convene, summon, assemble. Called, known as, dubbed by such adjectives as what is commonly called, takes its name from, heralded as. Called, everyone's attention, called for the attention of all. Calls himself, is a self-described. Calm, serene, placid, philosophical, in the face of disappointment. Calm behavior, composed, unflappable, poised, sang-froid, self-possessed. Calm down, compose oneself, put at ease, defuse the situation, grow calmer. He reached out and with the back of hand touched my arm. He is trying my flesh, I thought, but by and by my breathing slowed and I grew calmer. J.M. Coetzee, Foe. Calm your fears. Calmness, equanimity, presence of mind, tranquility. Came. From a distance there came the sound, tanks. Came before, a forerunner, a precursor. Came from, issued from. Came near, drew near. In the first days of December the birds, after frequent biting frosts, flew into villages and towns, and even wild beasts came out of dense forests and drew near the houses of people. Henryk Sienkiewicz, On the Field of Glory. Came on her own, came of her own accord, on his own volition. Came through for me. Came to, a happened upon, chanced upon. Came to realize. Came up. Campaign blitz, part of the latest effort to. Can at least bring. There must be acceptance and the knowledge that sorrow fully accepted brings its own gifts. For there is an alchemy in sorrow. It can be transmuted into wisdom, which, if it does not bring joy, can yet bring happiness. Pearl S. Buck, The Child Who Never Grew. Can be seen in, is reflected in. Can get, is to be had. Can only be, cannot be other than. Can speak German, fluent in German. Can still bring, can yet bring. Can you believe it, can you even conceive of it? Cancel, abrogate the contract, redline, rescind. Candy, confections, confectionery. Cannot, can no more. I can no more disown him than I can disown the black community. Barack Obama, 2009 presidential speech. Cannot afford to. Cannot be. Cannot be stopped. Cannot do anything about, it's inescapable. Cannot explain, it's inexplicable, cannot account for. Cannot have, deprived of. Cannot make up your mind, undetermined in your choice of. Cannot see, it is indiscernible. Cannot think of, escapes me. Can't find, there has been no trace of, are nowhere to be found. Can't see her, have lost sight of her. Can't stand, can't bear. Can't we, can we not? Can we not come to some kind of agreement? Capital seat of government. Care, God's keeping providence. Care, sarcastic, tender mercies. They were abandoned to the tender mercies of the SS. Care about, sympathetic to, mindful of, give importance to. The young man, whose name was Robert Jordan, was extremely hungry and he was worried. He was often hungry, but he was not usually worried because he did not give any importance to what happened to himself, and he knew from experience how simple it was to move behind the enemy lines all this country. Ernest Hemingway, For Whom the Bell Tolls. Care for, nurture, nurture and perpetuate, minister to. Carefree, capricious, blithe. Carefree attitude, insouciance, careful not to. On guard against, carefully. Tread with caution. Tread gingerly. Take great pains to. With care. I use that word advisedly. Guardedly, careless. Indifferent. Remiss, carry in. Shoulder. Ferry. Labor under. Bear. Schlep, carry out. Perpetrate, carrying out of a plan. The pursuance of, cartoon. Caricature. Carve, inscribe, incise. Carved. Carved, design in talu. Cast of characters, tis personae. Castrated. Casual, haphazard, perfunctory, leisurely. Augustus held to a more leisurely philosophy. He believed in giving creatures a little time to think, so he stood in the sun a few minutes until the rattler calmed down and crawled out a hole. Larry McMurtry, Lonesome Dove. Casualties, blood and treasure. Catch and snare, snare. Catchphrase, mantra. In 2008, Drill Baby Drill became the mantra of the Conservative Party. Catch up to. Categorize. Category, species of its kind, genre. Caught between, hemmed in by. Caught in the act, in flagranti. Caught in the act of adultery, in flagranti delicto. Caught on, took a firm hold throughout the country, it seems to have gained currency. Caught up in, entangled. Caught up to. Cause, engender, foster, prompt, excite, inspire, elicit, induce, rouse, bring about, impel, drive, the decision to fuel, move, to invite, precipitate, provoke, arouse, awaken, evoke, hasten, a desire for, spawn, effect, spark, discussion, sow, compel, occasion. It was characteristic of her that she always roused speculation, that her simplest act seemed the result of some far-reaching intentions. Edith Wharton, The House of Mirth. This measure it was desirable to avoid, because it would occasion much public inconvenience and a considerable public expense and add to the calamities of the inhabitants of this city. John Adams, State the Union Address. Cause, basis for, precipitant. Cause him to feel, inspire in him thoughts of. Cause of, the author of. The terror and hurt in my story happened because when I was young I thought others were the authors of my fortune and misfortune. I did not know that a person could hold up a wall made of imaginary bricks and mortar against the horrors and cruel, dark tricks of time that assail us, and be author therefore of themselves. Sebastian Barry, The Secret Scripture. Cause problems for. Cause suspicion. Caused by, stems from. Caused her to, moved her to, produced in her, a produced upon her, a she had never been pretty. Her whole life, which had been but a succession of pious works, had produced upon her a kind transparent whiteness, and in growing old she had acquired what may be called the of beauty of goodness. Victor Hugo, Les Miserables. Causing a serious problem with. Causing to, so that. He lit fires in several locations so that the entire house was engulfed in flame. Causing trouble. It was the jackal, Tabaqui the disliker, and the wolves of India despise Tabaqui because he runs about making mischief, and telling tales. and eating the rags and pieces of leather from the village rubbish heaps. Rudyard Kipling, The Jungle Book. Cautious, prudent, assiduous, mindful, prudential, studied, solicitous, guarded, cherry. Cave. Caveman days. Celebrate, memorialize, mark. Celebrate noisily. Celebration fete. The event was an Empire Day fete. I stood with a line of other village children making a Boy Scout salute while Mrs. Ayres and the Colonel went past us, handing out commemorative medals. Afterwards we sat to tea with our parents at long tables on what I suppose was the South Lawn. Sarah Waters, The Little Stranger. Celebrities, personages, luminaries. Censored, pasteurized, Bowdlerized. Center of the bastion of the locus of the still point of the turning world, the Mecca of. Centers around. Incorrect usage, centers on. Certain, beyond dispute, doubtless, assured. Certain areas, select areas. Certain way, given manner. Certainly, doubtless, no doubt. No one even knows I have a story. Next year, next week, tomorrow, I will no doubt be gone, and it will be a small size coffin they will need for me, and a narrow hole. There will never be a stone at my head, and no matter. Sebastian Barry, The Secret Scripture. Challenge the truth of, take to task, impugn, call into question. Challenging, interrogating. Month after month he sets, collects, reads, and annotates their assignments, correcting lapses in punctuation, spelling and usages, interrogating weak arguments, appending to each paper a brief, considered critique. J.M. Coetzee, Disgrace. Championed, hailed. Chance, a sporting chance, that contingency. Nothing was left to contingency. Change, adapt, modify, reform, threaten, established precedent, make wholesale renovations, amend, transfigure, transition, undergo yet another. Change, departure from, gradation of, metamorphosis, turning point, transmutation. Change course, deviate from the prescribed heading, turn the compass needle, take a new turn. Change the subject, turn our attention to. Change your position, backpedal, roll that one back. Changeable protean. Because the senator is more than willing to switch parties to survive the primary, you could safely characterize his political convictions as protean. Changes, vagaries. Changes of fortune, vicissitudes. Channel, a conduit. Chant, in monotone, in tone. Characteristic of, by nature, peculiar to, as his habit was to, as she was given to. Characterized by, marked by. Charisma, stage presence. Charitable, benevolent, altruistic. Charm, open and easy air, allure. Charm, endear, beguile. Charm, talisman, amulet. Charming, beguiling, disarming, engaging. Chase, give chase. Cheap, miserly, frugal. You're not a cheap bastard, you're a frugal bastard. Cheap bilk. Check out case. Oh, come take my hand. We're riding out tonight to case the promised land. Bruce Springsteen, Thunder Road. Cheer up, hearten, take heart. cheerful, blithe, sanguine. Cheerful, readiness, alacrity. Cheerfully, self-confident, jaunty. Chemistry, alchemy. There must be acceptance and the knowledge that sorrow fully accepted brings its own gifts. For there is an alchemy in sorrow. It can be transmuted into wisdom, which, if it does not bring joy, can yet bring happiness. Pearl S. Buck, The Child Who Never Grew. Chief Advocate, High Priest of Dean of Doyen of. Child, a creature so charming. Child prodigy, Wunderkind. Childhood friend, the friend of her childhood. Childish, infantile, puerile, pettish, petulant. Choice of one's own choosing. Choice between and have the choice to or. Choose, favor, opt for. Choose whatever you want, choose what you will. Chose poorly, made a poor choice of. Chosen to, tap, to be. Christian. Christian world. I have it here before me on my bed, with his name in black ink inside, Joe Clear, and the date 1888, and the town Southampton, for in his extreme youth he had been a sailor, sailing into every port of Christendom before he was 17. Sebastian Barry, The Secret Scripture. Church leader, prelate. Church-related, ecclesiastical. Circle and circle, gird, envelope. Circumstances, state of affairs. Sight in vogue. Citizen, denizen of, inhabitant, and the tall walls of the commercial heart of an American city of perhaps 400,000 inhabitants. Such walls as in time may linger as a mere fable. Theodore Dreiser, An American Tragedy. City, metropolis, megalopolis, the sprawl of. City folks, urbanites. Claim, assert, contend, lay claim to, profess to, favor, purport, often falsely, make no pretensions. Claim, contention, pronouncement, assertion. Clamor, alarms and excursions, clear, incisive, with clarity, coherent, well-defined, explicit, lucid, unequivocal, unambiguous, doubly plain, clear and present, clear, logical, and convincing, abundantly clear, clear thinking, incisive, clearly, there can be little doubt, without question, markedly, in no uncertain terms, decidedly, manifestly, patently, without doubt, assuredly, acutely, incontrovertibly clever. Remark Sally Bon Mot. Common sense and education. The more you think you have of one, the less you think you need of the other. Clever but unsound debater, a sophist, a casuist. Cleverness, guile, cunning. Cliché, truism, platitude, bromide, vulgarism as the cliché will have it. Cliff, precipice, bluff, palisade. Cliff overlooking the sea, promontory, headland. Climate change, Orwellian global warming. Climax, height of, pinnacle, zenith. Climb, ascend, clamber up. Climb down, scurry down. Climbing, ascendant. Climbing of, ascendancy of, ascent of. Click, coterie. Close, close in spirit. We are a family that has always been close in spirit. Our father was drowned in a sailing accident when we were young, and our mother has always stressed the fact that our familial relationships have a kind of permanence that we will never meet with again. John Cheever. The stories of John Cheever. Closely contested. Close and close hedge in. Close by within earshot. Close down shutter disband dissolve. Close to on the brink of. Close to becoming came very near being. Closeness proximity. Closer to nearer the nearer to. Closest near most immediate proximate. Closing down disbanding dissolving. Cloth backdrop scrim. Mr. Wilson underscores the point by dividing his characters with scrims and pools of light that seem to confine them to inescapably separate orbits. Ben Brantley, New York Times, November 6, 2009. Clothed clad. Clothing, attire, garb, finery, regalia, trappings, apparel. Cloud, nebula, islands on a dark blue sea. Cloudy, nebulous. Clowning around, buffoonery. Club, bludgeon. Clueless, feckless. Coach, mentor. Coat with gold gild. Code of silence, omerta. Coffee and conversation, coffee clutch. Coffee with milk. Café au lait, color, hue, complexion, color, colorize, lay on, color, imbue with. Color, quality, chroma. Colorful and technicolor, polychrome. Colors, color scheme, tapestry of color, kaleidoscope. Colors of fall, autumnal colors. Combination, mix of tapestry of ultimate marriage of composite synthesis. Combine, coalesce, assimilate. Come hither, draw near. Come about, emerge. Come across as, cast himself as. Come back, resurface. Come before, precede. Come between, intervene. Come close to, verge, close to. Depression is a disorder of mood, so mysteriously painful and elusive in the way it becomes known to the self, to the mediating intellect, as to verge close to being beyond description. William Styron. Darkness visible. Come from, draw on, spring from, lie in. His own opinion, which he does not air, is that the origins of speech lie in song, and the origins of song in the need to fill out with sound the overlarge and rather empty human soul. J. M. Coetzee. Disgrace. Come from money, from a moneyed background. Come out, emerge, come to light, materialize. Come to a boil, culminate in. Come to an agreement, broker a deal. Come to our attention, have come under our attention. Come to the aid of, intercede on her behalf. Come together, consolidate, coalesce, bridge the differences that divide close ranks. Come up with, muster. Comedy, routine, shtick. Comes before, is prior to, pre-exists. Man is explicable by nothing less than all his history, without hurry, without rest, The human spirit goes forth from the beginning to embody every faculty, every thought, every emotion, which belongs to it, in appropriate events. But the thought is always prior to the fact. All the facts of history pre-exist in the mind laws. Ralph Waldo Emerson, Essay on History. Comes close, nothing even touches it. Comes from, born out of, stems from. Comfort, take solace in, sustained by the. Comfortable, at ease, at home with. Comforts creature, comforts amenities. Comical, farcical. Coming soon, oncoming, impending. Coming together of, a confluence of. Commendable, deserving of praise, laudable. Commented, remarked, spoke of, made mention of. Commit, command. Commit a crime, perpetrate. Committed, devout, undaunted. Common, customary, familiar. Common language, lingua franca. Common sense, motives, prudential motives. Commonplace, prosaic, in an all too typical fashion. Commotion, a stir over the news of. Communicate, correspond, share your thoughts, betray, unwittingly convey. If the eyes could lie, his troubles might be over. If the eyes were not such well-behaving creatures, that spent their time trying their best to convey the world and all its gore to him, good portions of life might not be so dismal. Sarah Hall, The Electric Michelangelo. Compared to, by way of comparison. It stands as a by comparison, invited comparisons to, likened it to. I prefer the latter, as being the more, as compared with, in comparison with, vis-a-vis, pretentious, compared with, that of, at the expense of. Compatible, simpatico. Compensating, compensatory. Compete, joust, vie for, rival. Competency, examination for, see or voir dire. Complain, venture to complain, lodge a complaint, express concern about, kvetch. Complainer. Complaining, grumbling. Complaint, grievance. Complete, comprehensive, wholesale. Complete authority, supreme authority. Complete nonsense, arrant nonsense. Completely, wholly, entirely, altogether, thoroughly, well and truly, in all respects, in full force, to its full extent, in its entirety, in every respect. I got masses of things from Mummy and Daddy, and was thoroughly spoiled by various friends. Anne Frank, The Diary of a Young Girl. Completely absorbed, wrapped. Completely dependable, unfailing. Completely explain, do justice to. Complicated, abstruse, convoluted, defies comprehension. Complicated device for simple things, a Rube Goldberg device. Complies with, in keeping with. Composure under pressure, sang-froid. Comprehend, completely grok. When Chevy Chase said to be the ball, he was groking the game of golf. Comprehensive, overarching. Compromise on, accommodate. Can we not accommodate both positions? Concern, center on, speak to. Concern for one's own interests only, particularism. Concerned about solicitous of. How is it that Americans, so solicitous of the animals they keep as pets, are so different to the ones they cook for dinner? The answer cannot lie in the beasts themselves. Pigs, after all, are quite companionable, and dogs are said to be delicious. Elizabeth Colbert, The New Yorker, November 9, 2009. Concerning with regard to in light of we look to apropos of as to for his part in his case pointing to on matters concerning of this issue and discussing here too as regards touch on relating to apply to subject being, in later years, holding forth to an interviewer or to an audience of aging fans at comic book convention, Sam Clay liked to declare, apropos of his and Joe Cavalier's greatest creation, that back when he was a boy, sealed and hogtied inside the airtight vessel known as Brooklyn, New York, he had been haunted by dreams of Harry Houdini, Michael Chabon, The Amazing Adventures of Cavalier and Clay. As for our subject being poetry, I propose to speak not only of the art in general but also of its species and their respective capacities, of the structure of plot required for a good poem. Aristotle, The Poetics. Concerns. Concerns pertains to centers on. Concise, succinct. Concise and expressive taught. Conclude, presume, reckon, suppose, aid, fair to conclude that. Conclude, come to fruition, culminate in. Conclusions, findings. Concoction, a confection. The accusation of wrongdoing was dismissed as nothing more than a partisan confection. Condemn, denounce. Condescend. Condition, proviso. Condition of the state of. Conditioned response. Pavlovian response. Conduct oneself well, bear oneself with dignity, acquit oneself well. Conduct the war, prosecute the war. Confidentially. Entre nous. Confused, bemused, nonplussed. Confused with, confounded with. A serious writer is not to be confounded with a solemn writer. A serious writer may be a hawk or a buzzard or even a popinjay, but a solemn writer is always a bloody owl. Ernest Hemingway. Connecting, adjoining. Connection, nexus. Conference, colloquy, symposium, forum, summit. Confident in, no doubt, self-assured. Confirm, attest, to bear witness, to substantiate, corroborate. Confirmed by, borne out by. Conflict, dissension, factious infighting amid a vortex of clamor, ferment, tumult, upheaval whenever battle is joined over. Conflict with, run counter, to run afoul of, put at odds with, at variance with. Confuse, bewilder, befuddle, perplex, discombobulate, confound, obfuscate. Confused, convoluted, in a condition of such mental confusion, muddled, drug-addled. Confused her, left her at a loss. Confused language, turbid language. Confused, misunderstanding, imbroglio. Confused mixture, hodgepodge of. Confusion, bedlam, disorder, disarray. Congratulations, kudos. Congressional bill, a measure. Congressional lobbyists, the Gucci Gulch. Connection, liaison. Connection between, correlation. Connive inveigle one's way into. Connoisseur epicure. Conquer subdue quell level. Conscience superego. Conscious sentient. Conscious mind your waking mind. Conservative and unadventurous state. Conservative extremist reactionary troglodyte. Conserve husband. The master once observed that to rule well one of the larger states meant strict attention to its affairs and conscientiousness on the part of the ruler, careful husbanding of its resources, with at the same time a tender care for the interests of all classes, and the employing of the masses in the public service at suitable seasons. Confucius, The Analects. Consider you would do well to consider entertain the idea that take into account take into consideration to consult and consider indulge. Good writers indulge their readers, great writers know better. Considerate mindful of complaisant accommodating attentive to. Considered acknowledged to be looked upon as is reckoned a is deemed to be is regarded as is seen to be. Considered one of was counted among the. Considering given the. Consistent with remain faithful to in keeping with in accordance with accordingly. Consists of comprises. Consolation compensatory factors. Conspiring colluding in league within league together. Constant invariable habitual continual incessant. Constant changing mutability. Contacted can be reached at. Contemptuous pejorative. Continual unremitting. Continuation of the progression of. Continue perpetuate persist stretch past endure. Continues persists endures. As the sesquicentennial of Fort Sumter approaches in 2011, the enduring problem for neo-Confederates endures. Anyone who seeks an Edenic Southern past in which the war was principally about states' rights and not slavery is searching in vain, for the Confederacy and slavery are inextricably and forever linked. John Meacham, Southern Discomfort, New York Times, April 10, 2010. Continuing enduring. Continuously without pause unabated. Contradict belie. Contradiction paradox discrepancy in logic inconsistency. Contrary to inconsistent with. Contrast draw a distinction distinguish juxtapose. Contrast that with by contrast. Contrasted with formed the most striking contrast to. Contributing contributory. Control reign and manage harness establish dominion over wield control restrain subdue your instinct to curb govern hold in check hold sway command. Controlled by governed by under the sway of. Each step in the development of the bourgeoisie was accompanied by a corresponding political advance of that class, an oppressed class under the sway of the feudal nobility. Karl Marx, The Communist Manifesto. Controversial, contentious, polarizing, provocative, divisive, volatile, polemical. Conventional behavior, propriety. Conversation, discourse, repartee. Convince, prevail upon. Convincing, cogent. Cook rustle up. Cooking the culinary arts. Cooking stock, demi-glace. Cool. Cooperation entente. Cooperative informative. Coordinated concerted. Copied from others derivative. Copy mimic emulate parrot. Copy of draft of facsimile of. Copycat copyist. Correct remedy redress disabuse rectify correct for the fact that right the error set them right. Allow me to disabuse you of that notion. Alexander the grammarian taught me not to be ruggedly critical about words, nor find fault with people for improprieties of phrase or pronunciation, but to set them right by speaking the thing properly myself, and that either by way of answer, assent, or inquiry, or by some such other indirect and suitable correction. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations. Correctly rightly. Corroded fretted. The mist took pity on the fretted structures of earlier generations. The post office with its shingle-tortured mansard, the red brick minarets of hulking old homes, factories with stingy and sooted windows, wooden tenements colored like mud. Sinclair Lewis, Babbitt. Corrupt not exactly a paragon of virtue venal. Corrupt undermine the legitimacy of lead someone astray bastardize adulterate vitiate. Co-signer of a treaty co-signatory. Coughing all the time tubercular. Could should. The utopians wonder how any man should be so much taken with the glaring doubtful luster of a jewel or stone, that can look up to a star, or to the sun himself. Sir Thomas More, Utopia. Could be it's conceivable. Could not believe reacted with dismay. Could not even could not so much as. But we had scarcely begun to climb when I felt a sharp hurt, and drew from my heel a long black-tipped thorn. Though I chafed it, the heel quickly swelled till I could not so much as hobble for the pain. J.M. Coetzee, Foe. Could not sleep last night, slept little last night. Could not stop, could not restrain. Could still be, were still to be. A city where American faces were still be seen upon all its streets, a cleaner and kindlier town, with more courtesy in its life, less of the vulgar scramble. Ernest Poole, his family. Couldn't row any further. At last I could row no further. My hands were blistered, my back was burned, my body ached. J.M. Coetzee, Foe. Couldn't stand it any longer, could bear it no longer. On Friday, June 12th, I woke up at o'clock, and no wonder, it was my birthday. But of course I was not allowed to get up that hour, so I had to control my curiosity until 6:45. Then I could bear it no longer and went to the dining room, where I received a warm welcome from Morge, the cat, and Frank, the diary of a young girl. Counter-accusations, recriminations. Counteract, countervail. Country life, pastoral. Courage, valor, pluck, grace under pressure. Courage in pain, fortitude. Courageous, plucky. Court, tribunal. Cover your eyes, avert your eyes. Covered, veiled. Light struggled in through small panes of cracked glass, and the soot from the smoking fireplace veiled the walls. Kate Grenville, The Secret River. Covered in, enveloped in. Covered with, festooned with, adorned with. Coward, invertebrate, spineless jellyfish. Cowardly, craven. Co-worker, colleague, people with whom I work. Craftiness, guile. Craftsperson, artisan. Crab, PR. Crater, caldera. Crazy, certifiable on sound, out of one's senses. It's enough to drive one out of one's senses. Create, fashion, render, give rise to, shape, draft, form, formulate, inspire, manifest, manufacture, popularize, devise, carve out, evolve, engender, conceive, construct, forge. Creator, driving force behind, architect, author. Credentials, bona fides. Credible, well-founded, well-grounded, carefully considered. Crime, vice, misdeed, transgression. Crime story, police procedural. Criminal behavior, illicit, nefarious, felonious. Cringe, wince, blanch. Crippled, hamstrung. Critical, pejorative, captious. Critical humor, biting, mordant. Criticism, aspersion, criticisms leveled at, has provoked criticism, the critical reception of. Criticize, fault, chastise, rebuke, be highly critical of, deliver a harsh critique of, come under intense criticism, be not without detractors. Criticize, severely, flay, assail, lambaste, lampoon, lied into. Critics, detractors. Crooked, awry. Cross, traverse. Crossed his mind, entered his consciousness. Crowd, throng, onlookers, bystanders. Crowded with, chock-a-block with. Crude, coarse, body, gauche, base, boorish. Crude poem, doggerel. Cruel, inhuman, draconian, depraved. Cruel, criticism, vitriol. Cry, become emotional, give way to tears, fall to weeping, move to tears, dissolve in tears, lament, bray. Her itinerary provided for 2 weeks in Paris, and she had suffered through 1 week of it when, like an angel from heaven, an Englishman called Tippy Akenside showed up at her hotel at the very moment when she was about to dissolve in tears and book passage home. Catherine Ann Porter, Maria Concepcion Bimon. Cultural attitude. Cure all, philosopher's stone, elixir. Curious. Current, topical. Currently. Curse, malediction. Curtains. The 2 big windows were open. Their limp and listless draperies showed that there was not the least motion in the stifling, humid air of the July afternoon. David Graham Phillips. Susan Lennox. Her fall and rise. Curved. Custard, lit, scorched cream. Custody in her charge. Custom, convention, wand. Custom-made attire, bespoke attire. Customs, folklore, mores. Custom of, practice of. Customers, patrons, clientele. Cut, cropped. Cut down, fell a tree. Cut to pieces, eviscerate. Cutting back, retrenchment. Cutting edge, vanguard, avant-garde. Humboldt was just what everyone had been waiting for. Out in the Midwest I had certainly been waiting eagerly, I can tell you that. An avant-garde writer, the first of a new generation. He was handsome, fair, large, serious, witty, he was learned. The guy had it all. Saul Bellow, Humboldt's gift. Cut out excise. Cynical, sardonic, hard-boiled. Daily basis, incorrect usage, daily. Daily baths, daily ablutions. Damaging, delivering a setback to. Damaging effects, ravages of. Dampen, cast, appall, over, suppress. Damsel in distress, the perils of Pauline. Dancing around, frolicking, cavorting, waltzing about. Dangerous, not to be trifled with, looms as a threat, fraught with danger, perilous, treacherous, precarious. Dangerous situation, powder keg. Dangerous thing, widowmaker. Dangerously high, precipitous, steep. Dangers, hazards, inherent dangers. Dare T0 hazarded to. No one had hazarded to discover whether the speech of the known empires, khanates, emirates, hordes and kingdoms was intelligible to him. Michael Chabon, Gentleman of the Road. Dark red, crimson, scarlet, vermilion. Dark yellow, ochre. Darkness, darkishness. Dawn at first light. Daydreaming, lost in reverie. Daydreams, waking dreams, reveries. Days go by as the days unwind. Dead animals, carrion. Dead person, departed, decedent. Dead and benumbed. She carried about a dozen living fowls slung over her right shoulder, their feet fastened together. Half of them fell upon the flat of her back. The balance dangled uneasily over her breast. They wriggled their benumbed and swollen legs against her neck. They twisted their stupefied eyes and peered into her face inquiringly. She did not see them or think of them. Catherine Ann Porter, Maria Concepcion. Deadlock, impasse. Deadly, pestilent, pernicious, virulent. Deal was almost done, the deal was almost in hand. Deal with, contend with, attend to, address, negotiate, endure this, take in stride, take stock of, make a virtue of necessity. Death, the hereafter, beyond the veil, the great divide. Death, your demise, your end. Death blow, coup de grace. Debate, vigorous discussion, verbal volley, repartee, little agreement among swordplay, barbed exchanges. Debate with, quarrel with. Debatable, open to dispute, a matter for debate, arguable, still in dispute. Deceit, subterfuge, duplicity, guile. Decency, propriety, within the pale of decency. Decent person, a mensch. A mensch is the very opposite of a schmuck. Deception, subterfuge, sleight of hand, artifice, ruse, pretext. Deceptive, illusory. Decided not to, did not think fit to, thought better of. Decided to resolve to brought myself to reach to conclusion opted to settled on determined to elected to took it into his head to venture to took it upon yourself to saw fit to made the resolve to, quite inadvertently, I brought myself to tell him about an idea I had now and then entertained. My husband has to be someone who can afford a 2-bedroom apartment, since Eeyore will be living with us, and I want to live a quiet life there. Kenzaburo, a quiet life. Either we live by accident and die by accident, or we live by plan and die by plan. And on that instant Brother Juniper made the resolve to inquire into the secret lives of those 5 persons, that moment falling through the air, and to surprise the reason of their taking off. Thornton Wilder, The Bridge of San Luis Rey. Decided already preordained. Deciding whether or not to, weighing whether or not to. Decision has been made, decision has been taken. Declaration fiat dictum. Declare a vow, profess aver, maintain. Declare sacred, consecrate, sanctify. Decline, downturn in, is at an ebb. Decorated with, adorned with, garnished, embellished with. The wine was from France, though no particular region was mentioned. The label, which was embellished with solitary darting swallow. Ian McEwan, Chesil Beach. Decoration, flourish, embellishment. Decorative design, motif. Decrease, subside, abate. Decrease, scale back, draw down. Dedicated, deeply anchored in the tradition of devout, dyed in the wool. Deduction, a corollary. Deep, rarefied, abstruse. It was only toward the middle of the 20th century that the inhabitants of many European countries came, in general unpleasantly, to the realization that their fate could be influenced directly by the intricate and abstruse books of philosophy. Czeslaw Milosz, The Captive Mind. Deep down at heart. Deep in thought, pensive. Deep-rooted, inherent, deep-seated, innate, congenital. Defeat, topple, vanquish, dispatch. Defeated, finished, done for, met is Waterloo. Defecation, evacuation. Defector, apostate. Defend against, turn aside, repeated questions, deflect criticism, mount a defense, rally in defense. Defender of, apologist for. Defense, deterrent, preventative. Defensible, tenable. Defensive, barrier, rampart, bulwark. Definitely, profoundly, you may be sure that, without doubt, categorically, undoubtedly, by any measure, unmistakably, in no measured terms, in every respect, decidedly, invariably, indeed in every respect, without question, this is without question the best beer on the menu. Degree, the extent to which, to the extent that we have, the degree to which, a measure of scale, the scope and reach of, the magnitude, a flavor of. Unpretending mediocrity is good, and genius is glorious, but a weak flavor of genius in an essentially common person is detestable. Oliver Holmes, the autocrat of the breakfast table. Delay, postpone. Delay. Delaying strategy. Deliberate. Deliberated. Delicate. Delicious, succulent. Delightful, enchanting. Deliver. Delivering objectives. Incorrect usage, achieving our goals. Demand, call for, clamor for. Demanding, exacting. Demonstrated, has shown himself to be. Demonstrates, underscores, highlights. Demote, consign, relegate. Denied rights, disenfranchised. Deny an accusation, disavow any knowledge of, gainsay, disclaim, flatly reject, repudiate, disavow, forswear. Deny oneself, deprive oneself of. Department. Depending on each other. Depends on, contingent upon, depends to some degree on. Depict, render. Depiction. Depressed, despondent. Depression, malaise. Deprived of, bereft of. Derived from, owes its existence to. Descendants, lineage, progeny. Describe, characterize, draw a portrait, tell of, articulate, depict, portray, convey, cast it as, layout, paint. Description, characterization, portraiture. Description of event, account of, rendering of. Desert, badlands. Deserted, desolate. Deserved, warranted. Deserved and received, commanded. She was an extremely handsome and well-kept woman of the beauty and social position which had, 5 years before, commanded $5,000 as the price of endorsing, with photographs, a beauty product which she had never used. Ernest Hemingway, The Short Happy Life of Frances Maycomer. Deserves, my commands, my merits, a. Deserving, worthy of merit. Design, motif. Desirable, much sought after. Desire, an impulse, a craving, an appetite for. Desire, covet, long for, pine for, want for, bay after, have designs on, long to. Desire for, traveling, wanderlust. Desires, wants. Despicable, beneath contempt. Desserts, entremet. Destination, at journey's end. Destined, by birth to the manner born. Destiny, serendipity. Destroy, put an end to, eradicate, obliterate, lay waste, to vanquish, bring low. Destruction, demise, vastation. Next fell the stars, tinkling about him like the ornaments of heaven shaken loose. Finally, the black vastation itself came untacked and draped over the entire heap, covering George's confused obliteration. Paul Harding, Tinkers. Detail, delicacy. You could see it in the delicacy of the drawing. Details, minutiae, intricacies, niceties, particularities, nuances, particulars. Detail-oriented, meticulous, fastidious. Deteriorate, calcify, devolve into, erode, lose ground, degenerate. Determination, grit, resolve, dogged style. Determine, resolve. Determine, establish, assess. Determined to, bent on, resolute, resolved to, intent upon its business. The man sinks and reappears, flings his arms and shouts, but no one hears. The ship, heeling in the wind, is intent upon its business, and passengers and crew have lost sight of him. A pinpoint, the immensity of the sea. Victor Hugo, Les Miserables. Detested by. Racism is anathema to me. Detested thing bête noire. Develop, evolve, cultivate. Developing. Development, gestation. Device, contrivance. Devil fiend. I can forgive Alfred Nobel for having invented dynamite, but only a fiend in human form could have invented the Nobel Prize. George Bernard Shaw. Devious, aberrant, wayward. Devoted, ardent, fervent. Diagnosed with. Incorrect usage, diagnosed as having. Dictate, ordain. Did serve to, did so, fared well. Did any good, made little impression. Did anyone ever, did ever anyone. Did good, expected nothing less. Did it differently this time, made a departure from his ordinary routine. Did it to yourself, it was self-imposed. Did not, failed to, neglected to, kept himself free from, had not, never did she. Did not answer, made no answer. Did not even have to speak, had not even to speak. Did not exist, was non-existent. Did not expect, didn't bargain for. Did not get to see, got no audience with. Did not have, if we had not a, he felt as if he hadn't a friend in the world. Did not know how, knew not how. Did not like it, did not think a lot of it, didn't particularly warm to that. Did not matter, mattered not at all, mattered little, was of no consequence. Did not mean to say that, I misspoke. Did not mention, made no mention of. Did not participate, took no part in. Did not reply, made no reply. Did not see, saw not one. Did not think anything of it, didn't think any more of it. Did not think it was, had not thought it. Did not use, made no use of. Did not want to, declined. Didn't care about, cared nothing for. Robert Cohn was once middleweight boxing champion of Princeton. Do not think that I am very much impressed by that as a boxing title, but it meant a lot to Cohn. He cared nothing for boxing. In fact, he disliked it, but he learned it painfully and thoroughly to counteract the feeling of inferiority and shyness he had felt on being treated as a Jew at Princeton. Ernest Hemingway. The sun also rises. Didn't dare to, dared not open her eyes. Didn't see him again for a long time, didn't see any more of him for a long time. Didn't used to be. Incorrect usage, never was before now. Die, yield to death, expire. Diet, regimen. Differ with, at odds with. Difference, disparity, divergence, distinguished by the fact that, draw a distinction between varying degrees of. Different, far removed from, contrasted with, distinct, different from that of, in contrast to that of, disparate. Markedly different, stand in marked contrast to, a far cry from, departs from, dissimilar, runs counter to, quite change, differing, quite a contrast. Different form of, a variant of, different order of, diversities of. Different take on a text, a variant reading. Religious texts in particular tend to inspire many variant readings. Varia lectio, Latin, varia, lectio. Different tastes, diversities of taste. Different than, different from that of, draw a distinction between. Difficult, daunting, trying, strained, arduous, onerous, unenviable, formidable. Difficult conditions, rigors of. Difficult problem, a Gordian knot, arduous problem. Difficult to understand, abstruse, convoluted, opaque. Dig, excavate, unearth, uncover, exhume. Dignify, ennoble. Dignified, venerable, stately. Diligent, assiduous. Dilute, adulterate. Diplomacy, discretion, quiet, diplomacy. Direct aid, department, oversee. Direct, pointed, forthright, forthcoming. Directed by, under the direction of. Direction, trajectory, precise course of. Directly, squarely. Director of, overseer of. Director of an opera house, the intendant. Dirty, sully, defile. Disbelittle, speak harshly of, disparage, denigrate, express contempt for, throw aspersions at, deride, refer to, derisively, debase, libel. You cannot libel the dead, I think. You can only console them. Anne Enright. The Gathering. Disabled. Hors de combat. Disadvantage, drawback. Disagree, take issue with, dispute, are sharply divided, not everyone shared their admiration for, at odds with, take exception. Disagreeing, at variance with, run counter to. Disagreement, fundamental, divide, schism, rift. Discord, dissension. Disappear, vanish from the scene, winged, melt. Thaw and dissolve itself, pass from sight, fade from view. He calls despairingly, gazing in agony after the receding sail as, ghost-like, it fades from view. A short time ago he was on board, a member of the crew busy on deck with the rest, a living being with his share of air and sunlight. What has become of him now? He slipped and fell, and this is the end. Victor Hugo, Les Miserables. Disappoint. Disappointed, despondent, crestfallen. Disappointing, disheartening. Disappointment, dashed hopes, false dawns. Disapproval, under the frowning eyes of. Disapproved of, looked askance at. Disapproving, reproachful. Disassociate, distance oneself. Disaster, debacle, calamity. Disastrous, fateful, dreadful, ruinous. Disconnected, divorced from reality, untethered. Discontinue, dispense with. Discourage, dissuade, deter. Discouraged, disheartened, downhearted. Discouraging, dispiriting. Discover, happen upon, chance upon, turn over, unearth, uncover. Discretions, diplomatic delicacies. Discuss, casually, bandy about. Disease, contagion, affliction. Disgraceful, reprehensible, opprobrious. disgruntled, disaffected, disguised in the guise of incognito, incognita assumed a disguise, disgust, revulsion, antipathy, disgusting, abhorrent, repugnant, reprehensible, vile, odious, dishonest, less than forthcoming, disingenuous, insincere, mendacious, disintegration, dissolution of, dislike, have contempt for, frown on, hold in low regard, dismiss, attach no importance to, relegate, consign to, discount, disobedient, badly behaved, wayward, insubordinate, display, bear, exhibit, showcase, radiate, exude, displayed, bore the markings of, was embellished with. The wine was from France, though no particular region was mentioned on the label, which was embellished with a solitary darting swallow. Ian McEwan, Chesil Beach. Disregard, wanton disregard, disregard for the law, disreputable, disrespect, belittle, spurn, rebuff, discount, marginalize, dismiss, disparage, make light of, heap scorn on, desecrate, deride, slight, speak slightingly of, depreciate, trample over the rights of, disrespectful, impertinent, impudent, insolent, dismissive, contemptuous, disrupt, play havoc with, distance between, gulf between, distant, seemed far removed from, distinguish between, draw a distinction, distinguished, illustrious, inspires respect, distort the truth, sugarcoat, distracting, diversionary, distraction, a red herring, distressing, vexing, disquieting, disturbing, unsettling, disquieting, distrustful, baneful, cynical, diversion, a red herring, divide, dissect, divided into, comprised of, divided up, apportioned, asunder, division, dichotomy, discord, divisive, separative, polarizing, do, carry out, accomplish, effect, do, an about face, back pedal, roll that one back, do I need to say more, need I say more, do it anyway, think nothing of doing it, do it for, do this for, do not, be not, do not agree, cannot agree with, do not believe, find hard to accept, do not belong, out of my element, do not claim to be, make no pretensions to, do not cry over spilled milk, steel yourself, do not disagree, make no objection to, do not dismiss, there's something to be said for, as political analysis, there's something to be said for Krugman's Manichaean view of the world, but Krugman is also an economist, a very good one, and the economics of what is proposed bear inspection. John Cassidy, The New Yorker, November 4, 2009. Do not do any good, are ineffectual, are of no use to us. Do not do that, do not think of such a thing, you can dispense with the what do you hope to accomplish by. Do not even have not even. Do not fear, fear not. Fear not the tyrant, fear the tyrant's wake. Do not forget, let it not be forgotten. Do not get along, do not get on. Do not give up hope, do not despair. Do not go together, are incompatible. Do not have not, haven't many. Do not keep me from, do not deprive me of. Do not know, cannot say, could not say, no little of these matters myself know not. Do not like, take a dim view of, take no pleasure and don't care for, won't hear it spoken of, have a particular dislike for, hold in low regard. Do not like to have, to take no pleasure in. Do not need, have no use for. Do not need to, needn't. Do not say anything, say no more. Do not say no, do not refuse me. Do not understand, the distinction is lost on, the point escapes me. Do not want that, want nothing of the sort. Do not want to, do not care to, would rather not, if it's all the same to you, disinclined to, averse to, loath to. Do not worry about it, think nothing of it, don't trouble yourself, it needn't concern you, don't give it another thought, it's no matter. Do that, do so. Do that to someone, subject someone to that. Do the best you can, do your utmost. Do the same, do likewise. Do this, do so. Do we have time to, have we time to. Do what they want, have their own, will have a will, all their own. Do whatever it takes, are expedient. Do without, forswear, forego. Do you have a minute, can you spare a moment? Do you like, how does it sit with you, is it to your liking? Do you think, do you suppose? Do your best, make every effort to. Doable, feasible, viable. Dodge, circumvent. Dodge the question, prevaricate. Documentary style, cinema verite. Documents, gives proof, evidences. Does that, indulges in. Does it always have to be that way, must it always be? Does not, fails to. Does not belong, is out of keeping with, is inconsistent with, is incongruous. Does not drink alcohol, she is a self-described teetotaler. Does not jive, does not bear close examination, does not bear inspection, does not bear scrutiny. Does not lack motivation, does not lack for motivation. Does not look good on you, does not become you. Does not matter, it matters not, extraneous, neither here nor there, of little consequence, a moot point. We shall be sentenced to 10 years in the palace of corrective detention if it be discovered. But this matters not. It matters only that the light is precious and we should not waste it to write when we need it for that work which is our crime. Nothing matters save the work, our secret, our evil, our precious work. Ayn Rand, Anthem. Does not offend you. I hope it gives no offense. Does not resent, is ungrudging, does not begrudge her success. Does not tolerate, is not one to suffer fools gladly. does without. His curiosity is boundless but also disciplined, and he forgoes explanation in favor of a visual version of what anthropologists call thick description. A.O. Scott, New York Times, November 4, 2009. Doesn't care, apathetic, indifferent to nonchalant. Doing, engaged in, indulging in. Doing a number on, wreaking havoc on. Doing everything she could, doing her utmost. Doing his thing, he's out and about. Doing it differently, departing from his regular routine. Doing this to you, inflicting this upon you. Dominancy, primacy. Dominant male, alpha male. Dominate, impose, hold sway. Dominate a debate, hold the stage. Dominating. Ls. Lit. Above all. Apple Uber Alice would be a good title for an article on how this giant computer company has trouble playing with others. Domineering, autocratic, imperious. Done, undertaken. Done because was prompted in part by. Done openly, overt. Done quickly, just for the money, a potboiler. Done that, done such a thing, done anything of the sort. Don't be afraid, you need not be afraid. Don't belong, have no place. The world is what it is. Men who are nothing, who allow themselves to become nothing, have no place in it. V.S. Naipaul, A Bend in the River. Don't do that, are not in the business of. Don't ever say never, let it be said. Don't give enough, give insufficient. Man always tends to avoid physical contact with anything strange. In the dark, the fear of an unexpected touch can mount to panic. Even clothes give insufficient security. It is easy to tear them and pierce through to the naked, smooth, defenseless flesh of the victim. Elias Canetti, Crowds and Power. Don't have, are without. Don't have one, have not one. Don't have to put up with. I am not bound to put up with. Don't know anything about, you know nothing of. Don't let the bastards get you down. Don't look like. Don't mention it. Don't pay any attention to. Don't you think it would, do you not think it would? Don't worry about it, don't give the matter another thought. Doomed, fated. We'll choke on our vomit, and that will be the end. We were fated to pretend. Andrew Van Weingarten and Ben Goldwasser. Time to pretend. Double meaning, double entendre, innuendo. Doubt, call into question. Doubtful, dubious, raising doubts, equivocal. Doubtful stories, apocryphal tales. Doubting, incredulous. Doubts, misgivings, reservations. Doughy, sodden. Down in the dumps, in a malaise. Down to earth, has few pretensions. Downer, depressant. Downgrade, consign, relegate. Downsizing, corporate euphemism. Drafted. They conscripted me for the Russo-Japanese War, but it was over before I got in. Thank God. Jonathan Safran 4, The Fixer. Drain a pond, draw a pond. Dramatic, melodramatic, affected, mannered. Dramatically, with a flourish. Draw a boundary, demarcate. Draw out, illicit. Drawing a rendering. Dream a conceit. Dream on, isn't it pretty to think so? Dreamed of, harbored the ambition. He possessed an incorrect but fervent understanding of the workings of television, atom power, and anti-gravity, and harbored the ambition, one of 1,000, of ending his days on the warm sunny beaches of the great polar ocean of Venus. Michael Chabon, The Amazing Adventures of Cavalier Anne Clay. Dreamlike, surreal. Dreamlike images. Dress codes. Dress herself in, array herself in, adorn herself in. Dressed in the dress of, attired in, fitted out with, and above it there hung a picture that he had recently cut out of an illustrated magazine and housed in a nice, gilded frame. It showed a lady fitted out with a fur hat and fur boa who sat upright, raising a heavy fur muff that covered the whole of her lower arm towards the viewer. Franz Kafka, Metamorphosis. Dressed up, gussied up. Many seaside towns make much of their location. Their shops are gussied up with nautical decor, rigging, buoys, mounted fish, and their restaurants often have the word captain in the name. Sarah Maslin Near, New York Times, October 29, 2009. Dressed up as, guised as. Dried out, parched. Drifters, transients. Drink, soak up. Drink liquor, commune with the spirits, drink one's fill. Drinkable, potable. Drive off, dispel. Drive out, oust, expel, exorcise. A specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism. All the powers of Europe have entered into a holy alliance to exorcise this specter. Pope and Tsar, Metternich and Guizot, French radicals and German police spies. Karl Marx, The Communist Manifesto. Drives them crazy. Drive through the curve. Driving force. Drowned. We are a family that has always been close in spirit. Our father was drowned a sailing accident when we were young, and our mother has always stressed the fact that our familial relationships have a kind of permanence that we will never meet with again. John Cheever, The Stories of John Cheever. Drugs. Drunk, intoxicated. Drunkenness. Dry. Dry land. Due to, owing to. Dug bore. Dull, pedestrian, trite, insipid, vapid, banal, lackluster, pallid, prosaic. Dull language, prosy. Dulled, lobotomized. Dumb, of questionable intellect, benighted, obtuse, inane, bovine, none too bright, unenlightened. Dumb idea, ill-advised, ill-conceived, lacks the intellectual sophistication of. Dumb move, faux pas, gaffe, howler. Dumbed down, lobotomized. During, throughout, over the course of, in the span of, in the midst of, in the space of. Duties of, functions of. Dutiful, resolute in the performance of her duty. dying to spoiling for can scarcely contain her. Each other among themselves, one another each to each. Eager, keen to, avid for. Eager and excited, aflame with. Eager to please, complacent, not to be confused with showing alacrity, servile, obsequious, complacent. Eagerly, with relish. Eagerness, alacrity. Earliest examples of precedence of. Early, formative, preliminary, nascent, early on, premature, too early. Early development, gestation. I consider the process of gestation just as important as when you're actually sitting down putting words to the paper. Wole Soyinka. Early example of forerunner, of precedent. Earlier people, predecessors. Earned, garnered. Earning a spot, cementing its position as. Earth, spaceship, earth, this goodly frame, the earth. Ease your fears, allay, assuage. Easier, might have made easier going of this. Easily, with little opposition, readily, with ease, without difficulty, with facile movement, sail through, it's nothing for you to. Easily available, readily available. Easily gotten, easily had, there for the taking. Easily irritated, fractious. Easing of diplomatic tension, détente. Easy, a very simple matter, to facile victory. Easy pickings, ripe for the taking, low-hanging fruit. Eat, dine, feast, break bread, dispatch, dispose of, have one's fill, devour, partake, let's take breakfast, take some lunch, Polish off. Eats, feeds on, dines on. Economics, the dismal science. Ecstasy, elation. Edges, contours. Educated, the learned, the intelligentsia, the clerisy, the literati. Effective, effectual, of use, profitable. Effectiveness, potency, the efficacy of. Effects, implications, repercussions, reverberations, consequences. Efficiency, with rare economy. Effort, campaign, bid, expenditure of energy. Egging on, a provocation. Ego, to feed their vanity, the care and feeding of her vanity. Egyptian kings. Ptolemies, 323–30 BCE. Either or, it's binary. Either way, in any case. Elated, could scarcely contain their delight. Elbowing, jostling. Nightfall assembled them, as it did the stars, with nothing in common but their destitution. They mustered to sleep together in the porch of our Lord, cursing, insulting and jostling each other, picking quarrels with old enemies, or throwing earth and rubbish, even rolling on the ground and spitting and biting with rage. Miguel Angel Asturias, the president. Elegant soine. Elegantly expressed, well turned. Elephant, like elephantine. Elevated reputation, vaunted reputation. My 2 days at the Canadian branch of the Paris Cooking School, its only outpost in North America, provided an opportunity to sample the teaching techniques that earned Cordon Bleu its vaunted reputation. It also taught me the Haizen. Sadly, the lows that the professional kitchen can provoke. Micheline Maynard, New York Times, November 1, 2009. Elsewhere in other quarters. Elusive, illusory. Embarrassed by, abashed by. Embarrassing, compromising. Embarrassing situation, an imbroglio, a contradon. Embarrassment, chagrin. Embassy, ministry, consulate. A nation may have many consulates in a foreign country, but only one embassy. Embodiment, personification, incarnation, avatar. Embracing, holding her in his embrace. Embroidered with, inwrought with. Emerge, come to the fore. Emerging, emergent. Emotion, sentiment, an outpouring of emotion. Emotional, moving, visceral, emotive. Emotional appeal, pathos. Emotional release, catharsis. Emotionless, impassive, stoic. Emphasize, accentuate, drive home, underscore. Mr. Wilson underscores the point, dividing his characters with scrims and pools of light that seem to confine them to inescapably separate orbits. Ben Brantley, New York Times, November 2009. Emphasized. We are a family that has always been close in spirit. Our father was drowned a sailing accident when we were young, and our mother has always stressed the fact that our familial relationships have a kind of permanence that we will never meet with again. John Cheever, The Stories of John Cheever. Employ, commission, in the pay of. Empty, vacant, but true mercy only arrived at night. Breeze chilled by the vacant desert, moistened by the humming sea, a reluctant guest silently passing through the empty streets, vague about how far it was allowed roam in this realm of the absolute star. Hisham Matar, In the Country of Men. Empty compliments, flummery. Empty the out of the, empty the of. Enables, clears the way for. Encountered, witnessed. This period also witnessed the emergence of the Nazi Party. 6. Encourage, invite, welcome, embrace, embolden, exhort, stoke is conducive to perpetuate, rouse, enjoin, oblige. End, put an end to. End justifies the means where means are matched with ends. End of downfall marked the end of. End of the century. Fin de siècle. Fashion is currently obsessed with the redux of the new wave 80s, which, for the most part, has also been sanitized for your reconsumption. The sleazy, overstimulated parts were left on the old side of the fin de siècle, and only the off-shoulder Tiffany tops and flash dance leggings were welcomed back to the future. Sintra Wilson, New York Times, November 3, 2009. End of the world, the apocalypse, end of days. End result, denouement. Well, the denouement is, they lived happily ever after. Endanger, imperil the safety of compromise. Ended was exhausted, brought to a close. Ending, putting a close to. Endless, interminable, enduring, perennial, without end, unfailing. Because he takes pleasure in her, because his pleasure is unfailing, an affection has grown up in him for her. J.M. Coetzee. Disgrace. Enemy, foe, nemesis, detractors, no friend to. Energetic, industrious, kinetic. She was already a recognized writer of kinetic, tough-chorded prose, both beguiling and dangerous. Her manner was to take the reader by surprise. In the middle of a flattened rambling paragraph, deceived by warm stretches of reflection, you came upon hard cartilage. Carol Shields. Unless energize, help bolster, enliven. Energy, vigor, verve, gusto, élan. Energy, exploration, Orwellian oil drilling. Enforce, impose. Engage and indulge in. Engrossed and glued to, preoccupied, immersed his whole being in. Enjoy, indulge and gobble up, enjoy the fruits of, enjoy the blessings of, revel in, relish, luxuriate, take great delight in. Enjoying, indulging oneself. Enough, sufficiency of, sufficient. Enough with the, let's dispense with the, enough said. Enslave, subjugate. They have no iron, their spears are made of cane. They would make fine servants. With 50 men we could subjugate them and make them do whatever we want. Christopher Columbus. Entertain, hold captive, fend off the boredom. Enthusiasm, infectious enthusiasm, contagious enthusiasm, verve, élan. Enthusiast, disciple, fancier of, connoisseur, aficionado. Enthusiastic, spirited, ardent, fervent. Entrance, vestibule. Entrenched power in Washington, the Iron Triangle. The Iron Triangle, that incestuous relationship which exists between Congress, government agencies, and lobbyists. Environment, hotbed, habitat, landscape, in your element, a medium. Envy, begrudge. Equal in class. Equal to, commensurate with, in parity with, comparable with. Equally as, incorrect usage. Equals, rivals. Equivalent to. Erase. Erect penis, art world. If the phallic dancers adorn the fresco. Erode. Error-free, inerrant. Escape, hegira. Escape from, steal away, affect one's, escape, abscond. Escaped is a fugitive. Escort, see your guest out, conduct. Esoteric, rarefied. Especially, most strikingly, particularly, not the least of which is, and above all, what is reported of men, whether it be true or false, may play as large a part in their lives, and above all in their destiny, as the things they do. Victor Hugo, Les Miserables. Espionage, the great game. Essence of, fabric of, alpha and omega, epitome of. Essential, intrinsic, invaluable, indispensable, integral, a linchpin. Essential thing, it's a sine qua non. Established, are now well in place, ingrained, entrenched, enshrined, ensconced, installed, long-standing, deeply rooted. Established customs, use and want. People naturally tend to follow the use and want of the culture in which they live. Establishment, the existing order. Estimate, appraise, judge. The stranger's eyes were green, his hair burnt to a straw color. I judged he was 60 years of age. J.M. Coetzee, Faux. Etc. and so forth and what have you and the like and such. Euphemism, gentilism. Euphoria, rapture, elation. Evaluate, appraise, assess. Even still, there was poverty in every province in the country, and in every face. But Lola's province, whether you saw it in her cheekbones or around her mouth or smack in the middle of her eyes, was perhaps poorer still, more land than landscape. Herta Müller, the land of green plums. Even if it was, however, the outfit was acceptable by any theological and geometrical standards, however abstruse, and suggested a rich inner life. John Kennedy Toole, Confederacy of Dunces. Even more, still more, all the more, to a greater extent. Even so, be that as it may. Even though that being said, suffice to say, as she is, however painful, and yet nevertheless, albeit. Evening prayers, vespers. Event, a moment, the event unfolded amid. Eventually, ultimately, in due course, by and by, he reached out, and with the back his hand touched my arm. He is trying my flesh, I thought, but by and by my breathing slowed and I grew calmer. J.M. Coetzee, Foe. Ever and at any time, we are alone here under the earth. It is fearful word, alone. The laws say that none among men may be alone, ever and at any time, for this is the great transgression and the root of all evil. Ayn Rand, Anthem. Ever famously. Ever present, enduring, prevailing. Every man for himself, it's war of all against all. Every now and then, now and again, on occasion, by and by, intermittently, at times, from time to time, upon occasion. He taught me also to put my own hand to business upon occasion, to endure hardship and fatigues, and to throw the necessities of nature into a little compass, that I ought not to meddle in other people's business, nor be easy in giving credit to informers. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations. Every possibility. Every time. Everybody knows, it is a truth universally acknowledged, that a single man in possession of a good fortune, must be in want of a wife. Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice. Everyday, quotidian, workaday, prosaic, commonplace. Everyday language, colloquial. Everyday life, painting, a genre, painting. Everyone, all without exception, the whole cry of voices. Everything that is good, all that is good. Everything is okay, God's in heaven, all's right with the world. Everywhere, common to, pervasive, near and far, ubiquitous, in all quarters the world over, in all creation, in every corner of, widespread, prevalent. Everywhere else, elsewhere. Evidence, a clear source of evidence for this, as there is little to suggest that all trace of evidence, a thread of evidence. Evident, conspicuous in evidence. Evidently, presumably, it would seem so, seemingly is said to be, reportedly, purportedly, every reason to believe that so it was held is known to have. Evil, unhallowed, unholy, depraved, heinous. Evilness, depravity, depraved, indifference, malevolence, malice, moral turpitude. Evolving was being evolved. Exact, scrupulous. Exact opposite, on the contrary, the very opposite of. Exact words, ipsissima verba, verbatim, word for word. Exactly, necessarily, as such. Exactly opposite, diametrical, diametrically opposed. Exaggerate, embellish, lay it on thick, aggrandize. Exaggerated, over the top. Exaggerated manner. Exaggerated praise. Exaggeration, hyperbole. Examination, careful screening of, consideration of. Examine, plumb, take inventory of, probe, scrutinize. I'm talking about the girl that the guards took away in chains. Yes, the one they say casts spells and enchantments, has her own pitchforks, sticks pins into puppets, strangles cats and scrutinizes their intestines to foretell the future. Dario Fo, Johann Patton and the Discovery of the America. Examine their differences. Example of this exemplar is in this case study in an instance of an exercise in a display of it exemplifies. Exceed, go far beyond, surpass, outpace. Excellent, brilliant, stellar, superb. Except for, apart from, exclusive of, save for, excepting. The room is about 30 foot square, with whitewashed walls, bare save for a calendar, a picture of a racehorse, and a family tree in a gilded frame. Upton Sinclair, The Jungle. But for, we are alone, absolutely alone on this chance planet, and, amid all the forms of life that surround us, not one, excepting the dog, has made an alliance with us. Maurice Maeterlinck. Except to save two. Exception, aberration. Excessive amount, surfeit. Excessive politeness, and Alphonse and Gaston routine. Excessively, unduly. Excessively concerned with minor details, pedantic. Excite, titillate, work them up. Excited, fever, to fire over. Excitement with great fanfare, hoopla. Exciting, intoxicating, rousing, stirring, and excitement. They were hungry for breakfast, which they ate at the cafe, ordering brioche and café au lait and eggs, and the type of preserve that they chose and the manner in which the eggs were to be cooked was an excitement. Ernest Hemingway, Garden of Eden. Exclude, ostracize. Excusable, pardonable, venial. Excuse, make allowances for, apologize for. Excuse for, a pretext for. Her being seemed composed of shadow, with too little substance for it to possess sex. It was a shred of matter harboring a light, with large eyes that were always cast down. A pretext for a soul to linger on earth. Victor Hugo, Les Miserables. Excuse me, pardon me, if I may beg your pardon. Execute, carry out, undertake. Exhausted, haggard, spent. Exiled in the wilderness. Exist, occur, are widespread, are prevalent, are most in evidence, lie in, abound, prevail. Existence of, presence of, undercurrent of, prevalence of. Existing in existence. Existing everywhere, ubiquitous. Exists, prevails, is in evidence in a number of, takes the form of stanzas. A. Exotic things, exotica. Expect, rely upon. Expected, not surprising, to be expected. Expecting, expectant of. Expenses, expenditures. Expensive, far beyond her means, do not come cheap. Expensive clothes finery. Experience undergo are subject to sustain. Experience an ordeal. Experienced a veteran a long time a seasoned schooled in the art of a maven practiced in the art of. Expert something of an authority on. Explain this shed some light on expound on attribute that to give an account of account for elucidate illuminate. Explainable explicable. Man is explicable by nothing less than his history. Without hurry, without rest, human spirit goes forth from the beginning to embody every faculty, every thought, every emotion, which belongs to it, in appropriate events. Ralph Waldo Emerson, Essay on History. Explore plumb the depths of. Expose bring out. I want to write, but more than that, I want to bring out all kinds of things that lie buried deep in my heart. Anne Frank, Diary of a Young Girl laid bare. The disclosure that the United States ambassador in Kabul has expressed written opposition to deploying more American troops to Afghanistan lays bare the fierce debate within the Obama administration over the direction of the war, even after weeks of deliberations and with the president on the verge of a decision. Mark Landler and Jeff Zeleny, New York Times, November 12, 2009. Expose a scandal, rake up a scandal. Expose as false, debunk, discredit. Expose himself as a, show himself to be a. He was dressed in the same sort of safari clothes that Wilson wore, except that his were new. He was 35 years old, kept himself very fit, was good at court games, had a number of big game fishing records, and had just shown himself, very publicly, to be a coward. Ernest Hemingway, The Short Happy Life of Francis Macomber. All the express, give voice to. Express in a certain way, couch what you say in. Expressed, enunciated in. Expresses, conveys, captures, conveys a sense of, gives the general impression of. Expression of, token of. Extend, prolong, protract. Extended metaphor, conceit. Extensive, vast, wholesale, wide range of, whole range of. Extraordinary, transcendent. Extreme, the boggier reaches of severe, ungodly. Extremely, fearfully, exceedingly, most terribly, to an extreme. Extremely wasteful, profligate. Extremist, zealot, ideologue. Eye-catching, arresting. Perhaps the most arresting piece is made by the Spanish sculptor Jaume Plensa, a 27-foot-tall hollow human form made of a lattice-work of white steel letters, which looms over Locust Street, the one-way eastbound thoroughfare through Des Moines' compact business district. Betsy Rubiner, New York Times, October 30, 2009. Eyesores. The mist took pity on the fretted structures of earlier generations. The post office with its shingle-tortured mansard, the red brick minarets of hulking old homes, factories with stingy and sooted windows, wooden tenements colored like mud. The city was full of such grotesqueries, but the clean towers were thrusting them from the business center, and on the farther hills were shining new houses, homes, they seemed, for laughter and tranquility. Sinclair Lewis, Babbitt. Eye-opening. Face, come to grips with, confront. Facial expression, visage, countenance, the smile which played continually about her face. He wore a look of her face expressed with faces that seemed to say her face assumed the expression it had worn. The smile was instantly reflected on her. Face was full of a smile on her lips. Factor determinant. Facts, considerations, circumstances, gleanings, credible information, unassailable truths, verities, gospel, holy writ, factors, realities. Faddish, modish. Fade, wane. Fade away, evanesce, turn to dust. Fading, waning, evanescent, failing. Mr. Hackett turned the corner and saw, in the failing light, at some little distance, his seat. It seemed to be occupied. Samuel Beckett. What? Fail, buckle under the strain of, have a bad time of it. Failed, has not enjoyed any great measure of success, found wanting, fared poorly, fell short of, come up dry. Success has been elusive, success remains out of reach, his efforts were not entirely successful. Failure, abject failure, fiasco, debacle. Faint, swoon. Fair, equitable. Fake, pseudo, so-called ersatz, contrived, highly mannered. A good 96% of the penny's inventory is made of polyester. The few clothing items that are made of cotton make a sincere point of being cotton and tell you earnestly about their 100% cottonness, with faux hand-scribbled labels so obviously on the green bandwagon they practically spit pine cones. Sintra Wilson, New York Times, August 13, 2009. Fake to feign. Fake attack, feigned. Fake diamond, ersatz, diamond. Faking an illness, malingering. Fall, descent. Fall apart, fall into ruin, fragment. Fall back into, lapse into. Fall guy, left to twist slowly in the wind. Fall into the hands of, fall into their clutches. When we walked across our little square together a few days ago, Daddy began to talk of us going into hiding. I asked him why on earth was he beginning to talk of that already. Yes, Anne, he said, you know that we have been taking food, clothes, furniture, to other people for more than a year now. We don't want our belongings to be seized by the Germans, but we certainly don't want to fall into their clutches ourselves. Anne Frank, The Diary of a Young Girl. Fallout, serious implications, consequences. False, dubious, suspect, fallacious, groundless, patently false, spurious, proved baseless, run counter to foe. False appearance, facade. Fame, celebrity, renown, the stratosphere. Familiar with, acquainted with, hauntingly familiar, conversant. Familiarized herself with, made herself familiar with, acquainted herself with. Families with stepchildren, blended families. Family history, descent, lineage, parentage. Family life, domestic life. Family member relation. Family related, familial. Famous, famed for its renown, fabled. Eminent, noted, immortalized in, infamous, notorious, celebrated. Famous person, luminary. Fan, disciple of, devotee. Fancy, more elaborate, extravagant, stately, pretentious, pompous, grandiose, ornate. Far away, out on the peripheries, in the hinterland, out on the farthermost, on the outskirts of the outlands, the outlying, the outmost, outermost, afar. Farming. Fascinated, enraptured, rapt. Fashion business. 7th Avenue. Fashion designer couturier. Fashion of the day in the mode of the day. Fashionable person, fashion plate, fashionista. Fast, fleet-footed, expeditious, at a breakneck pace. Fast track, expedite. Fat, stout, plethoric, well-nourished, Rubenesque, corpulent, vente. Dude, you're not fat, you're vente. Fat and jolly. Falstaffian. It has been 3 centuries since Dr. Samuel Johnson was born, on September 7, 1709. He died on December 13, 1784, still struggling for the mixed blessing of more life. His Falstaffian vitalism is always my first thought when I reread, teach again, or continue brooding upon the canonical critic of Western literature. Harold Bloom, New York Times, November 5, 2009. Fatal flaw, tragic flaw. Fate, divine intervention, providence. Fatherly, paternal. Fatigue, fatigues. He taught me also to put my own hand to business upon occasion, to endure hardship and fatigues, and to throw the necessities of nature into a little compass, that I ought not to meddle in other people's business, nor be easy in giving credit to informers. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations. Faults, human frailties, failings, deficiencies, shortcomings. Favorable, auspicious, propitious. Favorite, favored, beloved, darling of. Who can foretell for what high cause this darling of the gods was born? Andrew Marvell. Favoritism, partiality. Fear, angst, worry, foreboding, dread, apprehension, unholy dread, alarm, trepidation. On the morning of the day that the young couple were to arrive, Princess Mary entered the antechamber as usual at the time appointed for the morning greeting, crossing herself with trepidation and repeating a silent prayer. Every morning she came in like that, and every morning prayed that the daily interview might pass off well. Leo Tolstoy, War and Peace. Fearmonger, scare baby, alarmist. Fear of, dread of. I always found in myself a dread of West and a love of East. John Steinbeck, East of Eden. Feathers. Features. Fed up, disgruntled. Feel, nurture a feeling, harbor a feeling, entertain a feeling, find in myself, intuit. A film that often dazzles during its quietest moments, as when Max sets sail, and you intuit his pluck and will from the close-ups of him staring into the unknown. Manila Dargis, New York Times, October 16, 2009. Feel to the touch. Feel better, it would be of comfort to me to allay feelings of. Feel it, the worst bear the brunt of. Feel sorry for, commiserate, study your pain. You can hide neath your covers and study your pain. Make crosses from your lovers. Throw roses in the rain. Bruce Springsteen, Thunder Road. Feeling of, air of, expression of, in agonies of, in a state of, atmosphere of. Feelings, sentiments, give free play to your feelings. Feels good, heartwarming, uplifting, touching. Fell asleep, dozed off. Fell on deaf ears, had no resonance with either of them. Fellow citizen, compatriot. Felt, found in myself. I always found in myself a dread of West and a love of East. Where I ever got such an idea I cannot say, unless it could that the morning came over the peaks, the Gabilans, and the night drifted back from the ridges of the Santa Lucias. John Steinbeck, East of Eden. Female lover inamorata. Feminine kittenish. Feminine handwriting addressed in a feminine hand. Fertile land. Festive convivial. Few select few minority of the S are few. Fiancé. Fictitious name nom de guerre nom de plume. Fidgety. Fight a ruckus a melee. Fight do battle against contend with vie with square off against take the fight to join the fray wage a battle for jockey for of, rail against. Fighting, discord bloodletting strife. Fighting each other at loggerheads amid bitter wrangling. Fighting off embattled beset by subject to. Figure surmise infer ascertain assess appraise calibrate deduce divine presume reason. Figure out gather appreciate grasp. Hence, this diary, in order to enhance in my mind's eye the picture of the friend for whom I have waited so long, I don't want to set down a series of bald facts in a diary like most people do, but I want this diary itself to be my friend, and I shall call my friend Kitty. No one will grasp what I'm talking about if I begin my letters to Kitty just out of the blue. So, albeit unwillingly, I will start by sketching in brief the story of my life. Anne Frank, Diary of a Young Girl. Figured it deemed it. File dossier. Filled with awash and bathed in marbled with instilled with dense with suffused with took and held rich in leavened with invested with imbued with laden with fraught with steeped in freighted with rife with infused with infested, with replete with garnished with permeated with a sense of brimming with possessed of, it took and held her with fear, for the traveler we see leaning on his neighbor is an honest and well-meaning man and full of melancholy, like those Chekhov characters so laden with virtues that they never know success in life. Or Han Pamuk, snow. The fragrant pilaf is a kind of savory fish cake, made out of small hamsy fillets wrapped around a thick bed of rice that is infused with herbs, currants and pine nuts. Egal Schleifer, New York Times, November 1, 2009. All day, the colors had been those of dusk, mist moving like a water creature across the great flanks of mountains possessed ocean shadows and depths. Kiran Desai, The Inheritance of Loss. Filled with people peopled with. Filmmaker who exercises creative control auteur. Filth squalor. Filthy squalid. Final irrevocable the omega. Final bid the hammer price. Final blow coup de grace. Final defeat your Waterloo. Final outcome denouement ascertain. Find the difference, draw a distinction, differentiate between the two. Find your way around, find your way about. Now, thanks to the energy and the imagination of one of the greatest of colonial administrators, the country, at least in the French zone, is as safe and open as the opposite shore of Spain. All that remains is to tell the traveler how to find his way about it. Edith Wharton, in Morocco. Fine, exquisite. Finished, over and done with. Fired, presided over his resignation. Fired, was dismissed, received his walking papers. Firm facts, unassailable truths. Firmly rooted fast and steadfastly doggedly. First for openers, first and foremost to begin with. Fish out of water amid the alien corn. Fit for, suitable for. 5 of something in one day, a full Ginsberg. Fix, resolve, remedy. Fix the problem, set it right. Flabby, flaccid. Flagrant, egregious. Flaky, idiosyncratic, eccentric, peculiar. Flash of insight, epiphany. Flashy, tawdry, meretricious. Flattering, unctuous, smarmy. Flattery, flummery, puffery. Flavored with, leavened with, imbued with, laced with. Flavorful, sapid. Flawed argument, specious argument. Flaws, failings, shortcomings, deficiencies. Flee, abscond. Flighty, capricious. Flirt, coquette. Flirty, coquettish. Flood, a torrent, a deluge. Flood, to inundate with. Flooded, awash in. Flourishing, burgeoning. Flowery language, purple prose, purple patch. Flowing in, an influx of. Fluke, aberration, irregularity. Focus, a single-mindedness, a preoccupation with. Focused on, centered on, engrossed in, aimed at, preoccupied with, turned her attention to. Follow, trace, pursue. Follow the rules, abide by, act in accordance with, adhere to. Followed by, succeeded by, was in turn. Followers, rank and file, disciples, acolytes, adherents. Food, fare, sustenance, cuisine. Foolish, misbegotten, ill-conceived. Foolish actions, fooleries. Foolishness, foolhardiness, folly. We need more humanity, more care, more love. There are those who expect a political system to produce that, and others who expect the love to produce the system. My own faith is that the truth of the future lies between the two, and we shall behave humanly and a bit humanely, stumbling along, haphazardly generous and gallant, foolishly and meanly wise, until the rape of our planet is seen to be the preposterous folly that it is. William Golding. Footsteps. Outside, on peaceful morning Cleveland Street, I hear the footfalls of a lone jogger, tramping past and down the hill toward Taft Lane and across to the Choir College, there to run in the damp grass. Richard Ford, Independence Day. 4. She has been dead these 20 years. Henry James, The Turn of the Screw. For, in favor of. For hours, when he, Moses, finally freed himself of the ancient and brittle harness that connected him to the oldest mule his master owned, all that was left of the sun was a 5-inch-long memory of red-orange laid out in still waves across the horizon between 2 mountains on the left and 1 on the right. He had been in the fields for all of 14 hours. Edward P. Jones, The Known World. For a living. Nearly 70 years before George died, his father, Howard Aaron Crosby, drove a wagon for his living. Paul Harding, Tinkers. For a long time has long collected names. She had been a long while out of the public eye. It has long been friend of long standing, have been a long time. I have been a long time making up my mind to write this story. It is a true one, and that makes it hard to tell. Pearl S. Buck, The Child Who Never Grew. For a moment, for an instant. For a reason, for good reason. For a specific purpose. Ad hoc. For a while, for the time being, for a time, for some time now, for a space in time. For example. For instance, case in point, such as exemplified in a prime example, is to name but a few. To illustrate this is particularly true of to take an example. For good, irrevocably, irretrievably. For her age, for her years. For him at his disposal. For most of, for the greater part of. For no reason, without cause. For now, for the time being, pro tem, for the foreseeable future, for the near term. For practical purposes, for all intents and purposes, in effect, for our purposes. For reasons, on the grounds that. For sure, it's a certainty. For that reason, to that end. Only to that end has he continued to fight. For the benefit of, in the interest of. For the most part, effectively, in large measure, predominantly, on the whole, by and large, most is of. Some are authentic, but most are of dubious origin. For the purpose of, for the sake of, in the interest of, so as to, intended to, ensure, used as a means of. For the rest of the day, all the day after. For the same reason that, for the same reason as did. Forbidden, verboten. Force, compel, foist on, by force of, bring, pressure to bear on, dislodge, impose. Force oneself to, bring oneself to. Forced to, were made to. Forceful, muscular. Forces, dynamics, tectonic plates of. Forward, brow. Foreign and dangerous, outlandish. Lavrans had 4 men with him, and they were all well armed, for at this time there were many kinds of outlandish people lying up among the mountains. Sigrid Undset, Kristen Lavransdatter. For everlasting, enduring, perennial, eternal, abiding. Ad infinitum, immortal, everlasting, imperishable, forevermore, in perpetuity, timeless, undying. Foreshadowed, prefigured, the rise of. Forewarning, premonition, foreboding, presentiment. Forget about it, think no more of it. Forgive, absolve, indulge, willing to put the incident behind me. Forgiveness, clemency, forbearance. Forgiving, forbearing, stoic, indulgent too. Forgot about, passed out of her thoughts, lost all memory of. Forgot to, neglected to. Forgotten, near forgotten, long forgotten. Form, take the form of. Formal, a soup and fish affair. Formal name and appellation. Formal speech, oratory. Formality done, pro forma, a nicety. Former, erstwhile, quondam. His erstwhile friends have become an issue in the campaign. Formless, unfashioned. Forms, manifestations. Fortification, citadel, redoubt. Forward onward. Fought over contested. Found detected came upon chanced upon fell upon came on. Found a friend in. Found in endemic to. Found out about caught wind of. Found ways to. Foundation underlying support basis for lay the foundation for amid the ruins of cornerstone. Four-letter word a pejorative colorful language and expletive. Foyer vestibule portico. Frank and open ingenuous. Frank Lloyd Wright, in the style of Usonian. Frankly in no uncertain terms. Frantic frenetic. Freak out come unglued, having undue concern right off in all directions. Free from independent of. Free gift, incorrect usage gift endowment. Free of charge gratis. Free-range chicken abuse free chicken. 5 minutes of FDA mandated roaming time per day does not a free-range chicken make. Freedom. Carte blanche not bound by free reign autonomy latitude license to open season on. Freely with impunity. French. Gallic. French expression, word, or trait a Gallicism. Frenzied matting. Friend accomplice friend and confidant cohort. Friendly affable genial kindly amiable congenial approachable hospitable jovial cordial good-humored personable benevolent. Friendly, of animals docile companionable. How is it that Americans, so solicitous of the animals they keep as pets, are so indifferent to the ones they cook for dinner? The answer cannot lie in the beasts themselves. Pigs, after all, are quite companionable, and dogs are said to be delicious. Elizabeth Colbert, The New Yorker, November 9, 2009. Friendly fire accidental fire. Friends with on friendly terms with. Friendship intimacy. From which where from derived from born by of. Year by year, slowly but inexorably, his spirit had withered, dry of heat and dry-eyed. During his 19 years' imprisonment he had not shed a tear. Victor Hugo, Les Miserables. From Mrs. Jones, a native of Australia born and bred there. From a distance. From a good family well descended born into a noble family. From a poor family. From now on hereafter henceforth. From place to place hither and thither from somewhere to elsewhere. He stopped at a bench where people could catch buses from somewhere to elsewhere. John Crowley, Little, Big. From the beginning early on from the outset. From the past of old. From then on ever after. From within its ranks. Frontal for in the foremost at the forefront. Front facade. Front desk concierge. Front row seat ringside seat. Frown on look askance at. Frowning glancing severely at. Fruitless life, a hard scrabble life. Frustrate, bedevil, exasperate. Full of rife with, chock full of, rich in, fraught with, replete with, endowed with, teeming with, peppered with, immense in, of life, immense in passion, pulse, and power, cheerful, for freest action formed under the laws divine, the modern man sing. Walt Whitman, Leaves of Grass, Book I, Inscriptions. Fully aware. Fulsome apology, incorrect usage, full apology. Fun, rollicking fun. Fundamentals of, rudiments of. Funeral procession, cortege. Funny, antic, jocular, riotous. Furniture, furnishings, appointments. Future, what is to come, to be, the foreseeable future, succeeding ages in future times, forthcoming events. Future generations, posterity. Gain, secure. Gain control, assert control, reassert control. Gain on a ship, draw on. Gained more acceptance, played better. Conservative ideals have traditionally played better in southern states. Gains. Gall, audacity, temerity. Gap. Gaping. It also has a wealth of greenery. Residents proudly claim more trees per capita than any city in the world besides Paris. It's enough to make you forget about the state's yawning budget gap. Beth Greenfield, New York Times, November 1, 2009. Garbage. Gather, congregate. Gathered. Nightfall assembled them, as it did the stars. With nothing in common but their destitution, they mustered to sleep together in the porch of our Lord, cursing, insulting and jostling each other, picking quarrels with old enemies, or throwing earth and rubbish, even rolling on the ground and spitting and biting with rage. Miguel Angel Asturias, the president, resorted. There was a black river that flowed through the town, and if it had no grace for mortal beings, it did for swans, and many swans resorted there, and even rode the river like some kind of plunging animals, in floods. Sebastian Barry, The Secret Scripture. Gathering a vigil. Gaudily ornate. Gave in. Gave me. Gave me experience in. Gave out. Gave the impression that, gave a sense of, suggested. The outfit was acceptable by any theological and geometrical standards, however abstruse, and suggested a rich inner life. John Kennedy Toole, A Confederacy of Dunces. Gave up, despaired of trying. Generality, a banality, a platitude. Generally speaking, on balance, all things considered, is, in the main. Generated, elicited. Generous, altruistic, beneficent, philanthropic, benevolent, liberal. I have to thank my great-grandfather that I did not go to a public school, but had good masters at home, and learned to know that one ought to spend liberally on such things. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations. Gentle, pacific. Genuine demeanor. German Army Macht, between 1921 and 1945. Germs. Get, glean, acquire, elicit, derive, procure, receive, draw a lot of self-satisfaction from, find, attain, gain, garner, assume control of, capture, secure. Get a grip, steel yourself, take hold of your senses. Get along with, mix easily, get along famously, get on with. Get around, circumvent. Get better, hone. Get enough support to, garner enough support to. Get going, swing into action, mobilize, marshal. Get here, appear on the scene. Get hold of, lay hold of. Get in, gain admission. Get in the way, encumber, intervene. But whenever I start to talk about the South Pacific, people intervene. I try to tell somebody what the steaming Hebrides were like, and first thing you know, I'm telling about the old Tonkinese woman who used to sell human heads as souvenirs for $50. James Michener, Tales of the South Pacific. Get involved, become embroiled, wade into, traffic in. Like good aunts the world over, she dispenses the info that moms and dads are too squeamish to traffic in, beginning with a factoid that would delight any red-blooded child: the death by boiling of one Margaret Davy in 1542 for poisoning her employer. David Kirby, New York Times, November 5, 2009. Get it back, retrieve it. Get mad, stew. Get off, disembark. Get on, mount. Get out of, extricate yourself. Get over the, overcome the. Get ready for, gird for, ready yourself. Get rid of, divorce oneself of, divest, dispense with, dispose of, eradicate, rid them of, be rid of, purge, do away with, cast off. Get there, oh there. Get tired of, tire of. When Zarathustra was 30 years old, he left his home and the lake of his home and went into the mountains. Here he enjoyed his spirit and his solitude, and for 10 years did not tire of it. Friedrich Nietzsche. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Get to know. Get to your. Get undressed, doff, shed. Get upset. Get used to, accustom oneself to, become inured, acclimate yourself to. Do not accustom yourself to use big words for little matters. Samuel Johnson. Get well, convalesce. Get what you deserve, be held to account for, receive your comeuppance. Get worse, left to fester. Get your way, impose your will. Gets me excited, stirs my blood. Getting closer to, nearing, coming nearer. Now we, and the cards, are coming nearer to the noble city. Edith Sitwell. Fanfare for Elizabeth. Getting dark, growing dark. Getting into, warming into. Getting ready to, making ready to. Ghost, apparition, phantasm, manifestation. Giant, a Goliath, a behemoth, a gargantua. Gift, giving, largest, gifting. Gifted with, endowed with, bestowed with. Gigantic. Brobdingnagian. Just the crux, its measure. I read enough to get its measure. Give, render, afford, bestow, lavish, extend, imbue, infuse, contribute, convey, dispense, allot, apportionate, lends, a grant, allow, confer, endow, entrust, accord, assign, provide, deliver, impart. Give an apology, tender an apology. Give an opinion, opine, sermonize. Give and take, symbiosis. Give assistance, render assistance. Give away secrets, betray, reveal. Give credibility, lend credible substance to. Give example, side, point to speak specifically of. Give in, to cede a little ground, capitulate, acquiesce, accede, to bow, to succumb, to yield, to waver, surrender, to fill rooms. Hotels are offering special sales on their own websites, turning to third-party sites like Expedia.com to sell excess inventory, and even quietly acquiescing to travelers who call up or walk in and haggle. Michelle Higgins, New York Times, November 1, 2009. It was dark by the time I reached Bonn, and I forced myself not to succumb to the series of mechanical actions which had taken hold of me in 5 years of traveling back and forth, down the station steps, up the station steps, put down my suitcase, take my ticket out of my coat pocket, pick up my suitcase, hand in my ticket, cross over to the newsstand, buy the evening papers, go outside, and signal for a taxi. Heinrich Böll, the clown. The foolish read to escape reality, the wise surrender to it. Give it to me, give it here. Give me no choice, leave me no choice. Give orders, issue orders. Give out, dispense, disclose. Give the benefit of the doubt. Give them credit. Give up, resign oneself to lay down arms. Give up, cede, relinquish. Give up. Given, invested with, accorded, delivered, extended, endowed, apportioned, favored with, blessed with. Given orders. She had left the church last of all, and, desiring to arrive first at the hall, had issued orders to the coachman to drive faster. Upton Sinclair, The Jungle. Given out, apportioned, dispensed. Given to me, given me. It is silence all about. My hand is good and I have a beautiful biro full of blue ink, given me by my friend the doctor, Sebastian Barry. The Secret Scripture. Gives a good impression, acquits himself well. Gives credibility. Gives the impression, gives a sense of, suggests. The outfit was acceptable by any theological and geometrical standards, however abstruse, and suggested a rich inner life. John Kennedy Toole, A Confederacy of Dunces. Giving in, succumbing to. Giving us information, yielding information. Glad of it. Longstreet was not asleep. He lay on the cot watching the lightning flare in the door of the tent. It was very quiet in the grove and there was the sound of the raindrops continuing to fall from the trees although rain had ended. When Sorrel touched him on the arm he was glad of it. He was thinking of his dead children. Michael Shara, The Killer Angels. Gladly, with pleasure. Gleaming, resplendent. Gloomy, dour, sullen, somber, Stygian, hellish, leaden, dreary. Glorification of, deification of, apotheosis of. Glorify, lionize, deify. Gloss over, varnish over. Go, set out, go about, venture to. Go after, pursue. Go ahead, do what you will, do what you must. Go all the way, carry through to the end. Go around, circumnavigate, circumvent. Go back to, date from prehistoric times. Go beyond, transcend. Go down, recede, descend. Go easy on has shown little desire to go for the jugular. Go haywire, go awry. Go out in public, go about among people. The repugnance to being touched remains with us when we go about among people. The way we move in a busy street, in restaurants, trains or buses, is governed by it. Elias Canetti, Crowds and Power. Go past. Go there. Go to frequent. Go with attend. Go without. Goal, aspiration, ambition. My main ambition as a journalist is to cut through the PR and find the truth in what politicians are saying. Chris Matthews, 2010 Hardball promo. God's care, God's keeping providence. Goes beyond, transcends, escapes, extends far beyond. Goes with, complements, goes hand in hand with, is in keeping with, comports with, is consistent with the views of, echoes, reflects, accords with. It is not because the truth is too difficult to see that we make mistakes. We make mistakes because the easiest and most comfortable course for us is to seek insight where it accords with our emotions, especially selfish ones. Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Goes with the territory, is part and parcel. Going. Going after, chasing, pursuing, giving chase to. Going back to, dating back to. Going home, homeward bound, returning homewards. Going on for a long time, long standing. Going out of style, falling out of fashion. Going to, in danger of, disposed to, inclined to. Gone exhausted. Gone crazy, taken leave of one's senses. Gone for good, irretrievable. The last moment slipped by, one by one, irretrievable. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, the earth and everything that dwells therein. The priest, with a gesture of a cross, scattered earth over the body of Maria Nikolaevna. Boris Pasternak, Dr. Zhivago. Good, well, it is well to read everything of something, and something of everything. Joseph Brodsky. Good at, gifted, has an eye for, accomplished. Good at sex, lively in bed. Women desire 6 things. They want their husbands to be brave, wise, rich, generous, obedient to wife, and lively in bed. Geoffrey Chaucer. Good behavior, exemplary behavior. Goodbye, a proper send-off. Good chance of success, propitious. Good enough to your liking, sufficient, should suffice. Good enough but not great, palatable, admissible such as it is. Good excuse, extenuating circumstances, mitigating circumstances. Good for, lends itself to, suitable for, well suited for. Good for me, did me good too. Good for the soul, redemptive. Good friend, intimate friend. Good job, exact in the discharge of his duties. Good judgment, is discerning, is shrewd, is sagacious. Good luck, wish you every success. Good old days, the halcyon days, the bygone era of bygone days, my salad days. Good omen, a good harbinger. Good part of, a goodly part of. The world begins anew with every birth. My father used to say. He forgot to say, with every death it ends, or did not think he needed to. because for a goodly part of his life he worked in a graveyard. Sebastian Barry, The Secret Scripture. Good reason. Good sign. Good thing. Good wishes melodramatic. Good-hearted incompetence. Goodness erite virtues. For the traveler we see leaning on his neighbor is an honest and well-meaning man and full of melancholy, like those Chekhov characters so laden with virtues that they never know success in life. Or Han Pamuk, Snow. Gossip hold court tell tales. Got back up he righted himself. Got closer drew near. Got off dismounted. Got quiet he fell silent. Got sick was taken ill fell ill. Got to know acquainted herself with made herself familiar with. Got to work set to work. Got up drew himself up rose. Gourmet epicure. Gourmet cooking haute cuisine. Government affairs of state. Government of the wealthy plutocracy. Grab lay hold upon. Since the world was sure to misunderstand everything, mere defensive instinct prompted him to give it as little as possible to lay hold upon. Booth Tarkington, Penraw get hold of. You get some who blow kisses or try to get hold of your arm, but then they are definitely knocking at the wrong door. I get off my bicycle and refuse to go further in their company, or I pretend to be insulted and tell them in no uncertain terms to clear off. Anne Frank, The Diary of a Young Girl. Grab clutched caught hold of. Grabbing clutching. Grade critique appraise. Grant confer accord. The voyage will not teach you anything if you do not accord it the right to destroy you. A rule as old as the world itself. A voyage is like a shipwreck, and those whose boat has never sunk will never know anything about the sea. The rest is skating or tourism. Nicolas Bouvier, La Vida et la Plaine. Great harvest the vendange. Grasses. When June came the grasses headed out and turned brown, and the hills turned brown which was not brown but a gold and saffron and red, an indescribable color. John Steinbeck, East of Eden. Grateful effusive beholden to. Grateful for the way you treated me. Great charcoal. Great monumental remarkable glorious. Unpretending mediocrity is good, and ness is glorious, but a weak flavor of genius in an essentially common person is detestable. Oliver Holmes, The Autocrat, The Breakfast Table. Great care elaborate care. Great deal fair amount of. Great job kudos. Great to see you. No one I could have been more pleased to see. Greater than the sum of its parts a synergism gestalt. Greatest as great as any age ever a produced. As I could never hope to write anything myself, worthy to be laid before your majesty, I think it a very great happiness, that it should be my lot to usher into the world, under your sacred name, the last work of as great a genius as any age ever produced, Sir Isaac Newton, The Chronology of Ancient Kingdoms Amended. Greatest work magnum opus. Greatly in no small measure. Greatness grandeur. Greed, excesses, avarice, cupidity. Greedy, covetous, rapacious, acquisitive, avaricious, esurient. Greek sculpture, akouros. Greek three-handled water vessel, hydria. Green, verdant. Greenhouse, conservatory. Greet, receive. Greet warmly, glad hand. Grew, cultivated. Grid, lattice. Grimaced, gave her one pained look. Gripe, grievance. Groceries, provisions. Grope, flounder. Gross injustice, iniquity. Grouch, curmudgeon. Grouchy, ill-tempered, morose, ill-humored, irascible, querulous, snarky, cantankerous. Group, entourage, camp, inner circle, coterie, cabal, tribe, cluster, bevy, faction, arm of detail, cadre of contingent of throng, business of ferrets, clutch of eggs, coven of witches, collective of artists, guild of writers, gaggle of girls, assembly of churches, consortium of companies, complement of soldiers. Group of honored persons, a pantheon. Group, clustered. Groupies, entourage, retinue, claque. Groupings, enclaves. Grow, ferment, evolve, flourish, thrive, prosper, burgeon, proliferate, mushroom, intensify, take root, gather, force, mount. Favored by the favorable dream, I shall listen to the authority of the dream that mounts within me. St. John Perse. Growing. Gruesome. Guarantee. Guardianship, tutelage, wardship. Guards his territory, holds his purchase on. Guerrilla warfare. Fabian tactics. Guess, speculate, venture a guess, extrapolate, surmise. She stood apart from the crowd, letting it drift by her to the platform or the street, and wearing an air of irresolution which might, as he surmised, be the mask of very definite purpose. Edith Wharton, The House of Mirth. Guess, conjecture. Guide, shepherd, mentor, herd, usher. Guided by, governed by. Guilty, complicit, culpable, blameworthy. Gulf, chasm. Gullibility, credulity. Gut, eviscerate. Guts, entrails, viscera. Habit, convention, bent, proclivity, idiosyncrasy, second nature, peculiarity, inclination. Habit of, given to, has a propensity for. Had enjoyed, had at her disposal a. Had a scar, bore a scar. Had a child, has borne a child. Of her life outside Windsor Mansions, Soraya reveals nothing. Soraya is not her real name, that he is sure of. There are signs she has borne a child, or children. J.M. Coetzee. Disgrace. Had a confusing effect on. Had a dog. Their splendor lasted throughout all the years that saw their Midland town spread and darken into a city, but reached its topmost during the period when every prosperous family with children kept a Newfoundland dog. Booth Tarkington, The Magnificent Ambersons. Had an idea, the idea struck him, she hit on a novel solution. Had done to me what she had produced in me. Had no answer, could find no reply. Had no appeal to, had no grace for. There was a black river that flowed through the town, and if it had no grace for mortal beings, it did for swans, and many swans resorted there, and even rode the river like some kind of plunging animals, in floods. Sebastian Barry, The Secret Scripture. Had nothing to do with. Had something to do with, had some part in, played a role in. Had taught her to, had accustomed her to. Had to happen, was inevitable. Hair cut short, hair cropped short. Half of what is half of that. The planet Mars, I scarcely need remind the reader, revolves about the Sun at a mean distance of 140 million miles, and the light and heat it receives from the Sun is barely half of that received by this world. It must be, if the nebular hypothesis has any truth, older than our world, and long before this Earth ceased to be molten. Life upon its surface must have begun its course. H.G. Wells, The War of the Worlds. Hallway corridor. Hand over to, entrust to your care, commend to your care. Handed down, bequeathed, bestowed. Handled herself well, acquitted herself well. Handlers. If you want to interview the president, you've got to get past the Praetorian Guard. Hands-off approach, laissez-faire, benign neglect. Handsome, rakish. Handwriting script in the most beautiful hand, in the hand of. Hang out with that crowd, the circles in which they move. Hangover, drape. Hanging out with, going about with. Hangouts, usual haunts. Hangover, remedy, prairie oyster. Happen, ensue, befall, come about, is born out, come to pass, take place. Happen at the same time, coincide. Happened again, the scene replayed itself in. Happened to, what became of, why such a thing had fallen on, befallen. There is one mind common to all individual men. Every man is an inlet the same, and to all of the same. He that is once admitted to the right of reason is made a freeman of the whole estate. What Plato has thought, he may think. What a saint has felt, he may feel. What at any time has befallen any man, he can understand. Who hath access to this universal mind is a party to all that is or can be done. For this is the only and sovereign agent. Ralph Waldo Emerson, Essay on History. Happened to see her one day. Happens every day, an everyday occurrence. Happiness, cheer, felicity, elation. Happy, blithe, elated, sanguine, scarcely able to contain his joy. Happy-go-lucky, improvident, devil may care. Happy with, encouraged by, contented with. Harassed, hampered, bedeviled, beleaguered, beset, dragooned. Hard, difficult, onerous, like herding cats, arduous. Hard line, has not softened her view. Hard to catch, elusive. Hard to handle, cumbersome. Hard to see, imperceptible. Hard to understand, abstruse, recondite. Hard to use, unwieldy. Hard to take, bitter pill to swallow. Hard work, heavy lifting. Hard worker, workhorse. Hard-boiled, crime drama, film noir. Harden, calcify. Hardly, scarcely, little. The planet Mars, I scarcely need remind the reader, revolves about the Sun at a mean distance of 140 million miles, and the light and heat it receives from the Sun is barely half of that received by this world. H.G. Wells, The War of the Worlds. We little know the things for which we pray. Geoffrey Chaucer. Hardly any, scant, next to no, experience, next to nothing, negligible. Hardly, slept, slept little. Hardships, travails, wants, privations. The French nuns might hardly recognize their former quarters. Austerity and privations have given way to a classy, comfortable small hotel. Seth Sherwood, New York Times, November 1, 2009. Hard-working, assiduous, untiring, laborious. Harm, grievous, harm does violence to. Harmful, adverse, injurious, pernicious, deleterious, innocuous. Harmless, benign, innocuous. Harsh, discordant, unforgiving, acidulous, strident. Harsh and simple, austere, Spartan, ascetic, puritanical, utilitarian, institutional. Harsh laws, draconian laws. Harsh qualities, asperities. Harsh sounding, strident enough to set the teeth on edge, braying. Harsh statement, strongly worded statement, speaking less diplomatically. Harsh words, caustic commentary. Harshness of temper, asperity. Harshness of opinion, tyranny of opinion. Has presence, displays, is endowed with, enjoys, suffers from, is blessed with, boasts, commands, occupies, retains. Has always argued, has long argued. Has anything to do with, seldom trades in the currency of. Has been for a long time, has long been. Has been watched, has come under greater scrutiny. Has begun, is in full swing. Has control over, has purchase on. Has more to do with, has greater relevance to. Has no idea, cannot account for. Has nothing to do with, bears little relationship to, has no direct bearing on. Although it has no direct bearing on the tale we have to tell, we must nevertheless give some account of the rumors and gossip concerning him which were in circulation when he came to occupy the diocese. Victor Hugo, Les Miserables. Has possibilities for, presents, possibilities for. Has run out, has been exhausted. Has value, is a commodity. Hasty, brash, impudent. Hate, hold in contempt, abhor, loathe, have no liking for. Hateful, odious, contemptuous, invidious. Hatred, enmity, animosity, antipathy, aversion, contempt, deep antagonism, ill will. Hatred of people, misanthropy. Hatred of women, misogyny. Have, are endowed with, come equipped with, are in receipt of, carry with them, possess, hold, bear. In Texas, in the good old days, I spent lots of time riding around in trucks with complete maniacs who liked to talk about kicking ass, and especially minority ass. Alexie's stories frequently explore this dynamic, and sometimes they acted on it. In real life, these dudes all pretty much lacked the ability to reflect on their behavior, no matter how dire the consequences. But Alexie's come equipped with souls. Macy Halford, The New Yorker, November 5, 2009. Her being seemed composed of shadow, with too little substance for it to possess sex. It was a shred of matter harboring a light. with large eyes that were always cast down, a pretext for a soul to linger on earth. Victor Hugo, Les Miserables. Have a negative effect on, impinge on. Have a problem with, have a quarrel with, bristle at, take umbrage, to take issue with. Have an effect on, take hold of, arouse a feeling in, impress upon, strike home, inform, reverberate. Have any problems, encounter any problems. Have become important, have gained increasing importance, have gained currency. Have confidence in, have every confidence in. Have for a long time, have long been. Have gotten used to, have grown accustomed to. Have hatred, bear malice, harbor ill will. Have in common. Have little to do with. Have my revenge. Have no, oh no, I suppose each of us must be guilty of certain sins. We'd be less than human if we weren't blemished a bit, and I strive earnestly not to envy, not to grow little snips and slips and buds and seeds of jealousy. I deplore cruelty, and own no avarice, at least none I'm conscious of. Mossy Kinley Cantor, Andersonville. Have not come true, have proved hollow. The predictions of war have proved hollow. Have power, hold sway. Have qualities, exhibit qualities. Have second thoughts, think better of. Have sex, to couple, to bed. Have the opportunity, have the occasion to. Have the right, are entitled, have just claim to. Haven't you ever seen it, have you never seen it? Having an effect, reverberating. Having difficulties, hard-pressed, burdened, beset with. Hazy, nebulous. He for his party, on his part. He didn't seem to mind, he was philosophical. He is. I have found him to be. He may suffer from spells of his manner, never abandoned him. He is given to, he has shown himself to be. He is the product of, he has a taste for, he is learned in. He could easily be classified as. He is good at, he is learned in. He was suited for nothing so well as for the study of. He literally had to, he had literally to. Until he was almost 10 the name stuck to him. He had literally to fight his way free of it. Edna Ferber, so big. He said, and satin has a tail, broader than a large ship's sail. Hold up your tail, satin, said he. Geoffrey Chaucer. He thought of himself as a head bowed, head of hair thatch, head up, healing, restorative, healthy, hear it from, heard it through the grapevine, have it on good authority, heard of. The only instance she had ever met was that of hearing what was said. He at these words, he. Heaven, the heavens. Heavenly, ethereal, otherworldly. Heavy, ponderous, leaden. Heavy drinker, prodigious drinker. Hedge, equivocate. Height, stature. Heir to a prominent family, scion. Held back, checked her first impulse, kept his counsel. Held on to it, kept hold of it, held to it. Held prisoner, held incommunicado. Held responsible, held accountable, being called to account. Hell, perdition, inferno, netherworld. Hello, how are you? Help, enable, facilitate, accommodate, address the needs of, ease the workload of, be of service, to come to the aid of, render aid, minister to, empower, ease the job of, be of help, offer some assistance, intervene. Helpful, obliging, conducive to, effectual, salutary, helpful to your cause. Helpless. Helps me. Helps to. Helps to promote. Her opinions are, in her general opinions she is. In her general opinions she is surprisingly moralistic. She is offended by tourists who bare their breasts, udders, she calls them, on public beaches. She thinks vagabonds should be rounded up and put to work sweeping the streets. J.M. Coetzee. Disgrace. Here at hand, upon us, accounted for, in attendance. Here and there, about and about. It was bandaged about and about with dirty white tape, tied in a neat bow. By it. Possession. Here lies heat jacent. Hesitate, dither, waver. Hidden, cloaked, harbored, ensconced, latent, dormant, smoldering, vestigial, veiled, obscured by, secluded from, indistinguishable from, masked by. Hidden traitors, the fifth column. Hide, obscure, ensconce, enshroud, belie, cloak, sequester, conceal. Hide from, lie in wait, take refuge in, escape the notice of, sequester, conceal. Hide, money salted away. High, lofty, from on high s. High class, privately bred. She was a woman privately bred. High fashion, couture. High pressure tactics. High society, au monde. Higher standard. Highest. Highest point, apex, culmination, pinnacle. Highlights. Highly specialized. High-pitched falsetto. Himself, his whole person, his ungainly person, his self. Carbolic soap, that would have cleaned a greasy floor. He agitated it into a suit of sods, that fitted him well, and he scraped at himself with a piece of grey stone, that he stuck into the wall in a particular niche when he was done, from where it poked out like a nose. Sebastian Barry, The Secret Scripture. Hindsight's 20/20 in retrospect. Hint at, allude to, signal, make, intimations of. Hints of, traces of, reminiscences of, remnants of. Hired, engaged, commissioned. His was a that could. His were like a, his were the of a, the skin of his wrinkled brown face had a dry and scaly look. His hands were the hands of a crocodile. His movements were marked by the lizard's disconcertingly abrupt clockwork speed. His speech was thin, fluty, and dry. Aldous Huxley, Chrome Yellow. History of, in the annals of, in the ledgers of, the chronology of, the evolution of. Hit by, struck by. Hit home, it came home to me when. Hobby, my ruling passion. Hold harbor. Hold back, check, refrain from, restrain. Hold off, keep at bay, stave off. Hold on to, keep hold of, hold to them. His sentiments are, he is aware, complacent, even uxorious. Nevertheless he does not cease to hold to them. J.M. Coetzee. Disgrace. Hold up, bear scrutiny, bear inspection. As political analysis, there's something to be said for Krugman's Manichaean view of the world. But Krugman is also an economist, a very good one, and the economics of what is proposed bear inspection. John Cassidy, The New Yorker, November 2009. Hold up, to bear the weight of. Holding back, withholding. Holding back, feelings reticent. Whole aperture. Holiness, sanctity. Home, dwelling, habitat, abode. Homeland. This word has a fascist connotation. Homeland security, civil defense. Homeless, dispossessed. Homelessness. Nightfall assembled them, as it did stars. With nothing in common but their destitution, they mustered to sleep together in the porch of our Lord, cursing, insulting and jostling each other, picking quarrels with old enemies, or throwing earth and rubbish, even rolling on the ground and spitting and biting with rage. Miguel Angel Asturias, the President. Honest, principled, forthright, candid, for. Honesty, veracity, candor, probity. Honor, pay homage to. Honorary, titular, in title only. Hooked or curved, aquiline. Hope, hold out the possibility, that trust, that aspire to. Hope to God that, God grant that you never. Hopeless, an exercise in futility, incorrigible, irredeemable, tilting at windmills. Hopeless act, fool's errand. Hopelessly, irredeemably. Horizontal, prone, supine, recumbent. Hospital-like, utilitarian, institutional. Get some plaster, he said, propped up in the bed, which looked odd and institutional among the Persian rugs and colonial furniture and dozens of antique clocks. Paul Harding, Tinkers. Hostile, acrimonious. Hosting, playing host to. Hot, torrid, sultry, oppressive. Hot-tempered, irascible, choleric. Hour, in an hour's time. Hoverloom, how, however did you, the way in which, the by which, the means whereby, control of. How are you not, how is it you're not? How can, how is it that? How is it that Americans, so solicitous of the animals they keep as pets, are so indifferent to the ones they cook for dinner? The answer cannot lie in the beasts themselves. Pigs, after all, are quite companionable, and dogs are said to be delicious. Elizabeth Colbert, The New Yorker, November 9, 2009. How do I? How do you expect her to? How do you explain how to explain? How do you mean, in what respect? How far, to what extent? How he does it, how he goes about it. How it is, that's the nature of the beast. How it is done as a standard practice when it is the custom of. How it will turn out, what may come of. How many do you have? How many have you? How much? To what extent? How should I take that? How am I to take that? However, nevertheless, nonetheless, howbeit, howsoever, that said, then again, notwithstanding. Huge, beyond measure, immeasurable, monumental, commanding, elephantine, prodigious, ponderous. Huge amount of, torrent of, considerable amount of, wealth of, host of, extensive amount of, goodly number of, fair amount of, fuming not a little, hordes of, profuse amount of, great many, litany of, galaxy of, legion of. The number of secretly gay anti-gay activists is legion. Huge thing. Human resources. Incorrect usage. People. Humble, unassuming, inglorious, innocuous, self-effacing, deferential. Humiliate, abase. Humiliating, ignominious, abject. Humiliation, indignity. Humor someone, indulge someone. Humorous, jesting, jocular. Hung out at, frequented, habituated. Years ago, my clique habituated a Lower East Side restaurant called Hat. Translated from El Sombrero for New York City natives. The enchiladas were okay. The main attractions were the cheap margaritas, the salsa jukebox, and the nervy, unreasonable mood of the place, largely delivered by the indifferent goth waitress who always wore an enormous black turban. Sintra Wilson, New York Times, November 3, 2009. Hungry, an appetite for peckish. Somewhat hungry, ravening, voracious. Hurry, must not linger, make haste. Hurt, endure, pains me to, gives me much pain. Hurt, afflict. Hurt, relations with. Hurting. Hymen. Hypnotic. Hypocrite, a whited sepulchre. Hypothesize, theorize. I accept that. I am resigned to. I will allow that. I have come to terms with. I accuse. Accuse. I admit that. I make no secret of. I will allow that. I will grant you. I recognize. I must come to terms with by my own account. I agree, yes, that it is my sentiments exactly. I'm inclined to agree. I consent to. I subscribe to. I am of like mind. I will allow that. I am in support of. I have reached an accommodation. I am in complete accord. I agree with. I'm with on this. I am. I remain. I am afraid that it would. I fear it would. I am going to. I have a mind to. I am not here to defend. I'm no apologist for. I am not sure if it's not clear to me whether. I am proud of, they do me honor. I am still young. I am young still. I am sure. I have no doubt of this, I'm sure. I am telling you. I tell you. I began to cry. I fell to crying. And all at once, though I had remained dry-eyed through all the insults done me on board ship and through the hours of despair when I was alone on the waves with the captain lying dead at my feet, a handspike jutting from his eye socket, I fell to crying. J.M. Coetzee, Foe. I believed they would do that. I believed that of them. I can think of many come to mind. I can use. I have used for. I can use dynamite, said the man with the carbine. He handed back the paper to Robert Jordan and looked him over. Yes, I have used for dynamite. How much have you brought me? Ernest Hemingway, for whom the bell tolls. I cannot. I regret that I cannot. Normally I would be delighted, but it puts me in something of a dilemma. I remain unconvinced of the value of. I find that I cannot. Your idea has merit, but I can't talk, because I'm just as guilty. Criticize. I could be wrong. Scrutiny. I did not. I did not know she did that. I do not have. I do not know. I do not understand how. I don't believe it. I don't care. It's a matter of indifference to me. I don't have time for this. I don't have your sense of. I don't know why. I don't like it. I don't like to. I'm not one to. I don't mean to. I don't think it will work. I don't think so. I think not. I don't want. I encourage. It is to be welcomed. I felt. I give you my word. I have also seen. I have been. A dark shadow fell upon me, not of a cloud, but of a man with a dazzling halo about him. Cast away, I said with my thick dry tongue. I am cast away. I am all alone, and I held out my sore hands. J.M. Coetzee, foe. I have decided to. I have taken it upon myself to. I have thought it well to. I have never. I have never seen. I have never encountered. I have no idea how. I cannot account for. I can give no account of how. I have seen this I have seen. I have wanted for a long time to. I have long wanted to. I heard it through the grapevine. I have it on good authority. I hope that it is my hope that. I hope this will help. I hope this will be of some help. I hope this information will be of use too. I hope you've learned your lesson. I hoped. I just might. I know what it's like to. I know you very well. I know you only too well. I only need to see. I need only see. I mean what I say, so help me God. I might be persuaded. I could take an interest. I must admit, truth be told. I remember well the. I replied. I returned. I should say. I hasten to add. I stand here I stand. I still love her. I love her still. Granny died in January 1942. No one will ever know how much she is present in my thoughts and how much I love her still. Anne Frank. The Diary of a Young Girl. I swear upon my word. I think in my judgment, I am of the opinion that to my thinking it strikes me as I see it. I should think, I should imagine my own feeling is. I think, but I'm not entirely sure it is ostensibly. I think I've a mind to. I thought, I reasoned. I thought to myself, I figured to myself. I was born at Geneva in 1712, the son Isaac Rousseau, a citizen of that town, and Suzanne Bernard, his wife, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the Confessions. I was lucky enough to, I had the good luck to, I had the great luck one summer studying the three-toed sloth in situ the equatorial jungles of Brazil, Jan Martel, Life of Pi. I was surprised too, I was struck by. I will do so. I will always remember, I will long remember. I will take on the job of. I won't, who am I to? I would like to, I am happy to, I take genuine pleasure in, I should like to, my bet is a goal attained at last, it my consolation and might become my faith if the management allowed me to make few changes. I should like, for instance, have the bars built up higher, to prevent anyone from coming too close to me. Gunter Grass, Tin Drum. I would never, far be it from me to. I would not care if, I would care little if. Idea, conception, construct, sentiment, abstraction, notion. Idea, I had an idea I had entertained, quite inadvertently. I brought myself to tell him about an idea I had now and then entertained. My husband has to be some of one who can afford a 2-bedroom appartement, since he will be living with us, and I want to live a quiet life there. Kenzaburo, a quiet life. Idea of, prospect of, brainchild of, notion of. Idea of beauty, his aesthetic. Ideal, model, exemplar. Idealistic, quixotic, impractically idealistic. Identify, pinpoint, establish, distinguish. Ideological, doctrinaire. Idiot, troglodyte. Idolization of, deification of, apotheosis of. Idolize, deify. If, should, whether, if, presumably, were it. I have taken this subject on a former occasion, and were it left to my own will, I should prefer to repeat it almost every year. Michael Faraday, The Chemical History of a Candle. If anything happens to him, if any harm comes to him, should any harm come to him. If I ever held, if I came to hold. If I thought it would work, if I knew anything would come of it. If I wanted to, if I were so inclined, should I be so inclined, had I so willed it. If it is true, if it has any truth. The planet Mars, I scarcely need remind the reader, revolves about the Sun at a mean distance of 140 million miles, and the light and heat it receives from the Sun is barely half of that received by this world. It must be, if the nebular hypothesis has any truth, older than our world, and long before this Earth ceased to be molten. Life upon its surface must have begun its course. H. G. Wells, The War of the Worlds. If necessary, if need be. If she were to, were she to. If there are, if there be. If they were also if they too were. If you like this one, if you think well of this one. If you say so as you please. If you want to, if you like. If you were to, were you to. Iffy in doubt, open to question. Ignorant, unenlightened, poorly informed, unacquainted with affairs of the world, uninitiated, uninstructed, and benighted. By the year 1536, this nation had been joined by the helpless, needy wretches, unused to dolor, and uninstructed in business, who were turned abroad following the overthrow of the monasteries. Edith Sitwell. Fanfare for Elizabeth. 30 years ago, modern methods of farming, even methods that were modern in the benighted 1890s, had not penetrated to this thinly settled part of Virginia. Ellen Glasgow. Barren ground. Ignore, dismiss, give short shrift, take little notice of, put aside. As soon as a boy asks if he may bicycle home with me and we get into conversation, 9 out of 10 times I can be sure that he will fall head over heels in love immediately and simply won't allow me out of his sight. After a while it cools down, of course, especially as I take little notice of ardent looks and pedal blithely on. Anne Frank, the diary, a young girl discount, but neither he nor she can put aside what has happened. The two little boys become presences between them, playing quiet shadows in a corner of the room where their mother and the strange man couple. J.M. Coetzee. Disgrace. I'll bet that. Illegal. Illegal detention lawsuits. Corpus. Illegitimate, of dubious origins. Illogical conclusion. Sequitur. Illusion. Illustrated, brought home, served as an example of embodied. I'm aware of. I'm not in a position to. See opera cliché. I would rather not. Image, persona, posture. Imaginary, fictitious, fictive, chimerical. Imagination in my mind's eye. Imagine, conjure up, envisage, call up, conceived an image in her mind. Imitation, ersatz, pseudo, so-called faux. A good 96% of the penny's inventory is made of polyester. The few clothing items that are made of cotton make a sincere point of being cotton and tell you earnestly about their 100% cottonness with faux hand-scribbled labels so obviously on the green bandwagon they practically spit pine cones. Sintra Wilson. New York Times. August 13, 2009. Imitative art, derivative art. Immediately, at once. He has always been a man of the city, at home amid a flux of bodies where eros stalks and glances flash like arrows. But this glance between himself and Sariah he regrets at once. J.M. Coetzee. Disgrace. Immoral, depraved, profligate. Immortal, deathless. Impatient, does not suffer, fools gladly, could not endure inaction, chafing at unforbearing. Implied, implicit, told in so many words. Imply, purport, intimate, color the conversation with. Importance, import with an air of gravity. Important, pressing, of the highest distinction, figure prominently and worthy of note, deserving special mention, central to notable, far-reaching, integral, of considerable importance, of some importance, substantive, substantial, of great consequence, no small factor, inconsequential, of huge significance, imperative, prominent, pivotal, looms large, crucial to. Important achievement, significant point of arrival. Important lesson, affecting lesson. Important moment singular moment. Important person personage. Impossible, out of the question untenable. Impossible to deny irrefutable. Impossible to overcome insurmountable insuperable. Impossible to satisfy insatiable. Impossible to separate inextricable. Impossible to stop inexorable. Impossible to understand inscrutable. Impress or command the respect of. Impressed with was taken with. Impressive striking considerable noteworthy worthy of note lofty imposing distinguished. Improper untoward unseemly in poor form. Improve make great strides and shore up further burnishes the beauty of bolster. Improvement betterment. In within among in and among amid embodied and contained in where it resides at. He likes giving her presents. At New York he gave her an enameled bracelet. Eat a little malachite heron that caught eye in a curio shop. He enjoys her pleasure, which is quite unaffected. J.M. Coetzee. Disgrace. In a bigger or stronger way. In a book in print. In a certain way in a given manner. In a living body in vivo. In a long time in recent memory. In a nutshell it is, in a word. In a test tube, in vitro. In a timely fashion court, cliché with all deliberate speed expedited. In a trance in a fugue state. In a way at, in some sense. In accordance with. In addition at that furthermore for good measure. In agreement congruent. In agreement with in sympathy with in obedience to. The day had gone by just as days go by. I had killed it in accordance with my primitive and retiring way of life. Hermann Hesse, Steppenwolf in keeping with. She glanced with interest along the new brick and limestone house fronts, fantastically varied in obedience to the American craving for novelty, but fresh and inviting with their awnings and flower boxes. Edith Wharton, The House of Mirth. In an act of. In cahoots with. In case you. In charge of preside over reign hold court oversee command over. In conclusion it remains the recommendation that. In detail at length. In every way in all respects in every respect on all counts. In existence extant. In extreme difficulty in extremis. In fact in truth. In front of you before you. In full in its entirety in extenso. In general as a whole on the whole by and large in the usual course of events. In its natural place in situ. I had the great luck one summer of studying the three-toed sloth in situ in the equatorial jungles of Brazil. Jan Martel, Life of Pi. In January of 1940 in the January of 1940. In line with accords with. In love with enamored with taken with. The utopians wonder how any man should be so much taken with the glaring doubtful luster of a jewel or stone, that can look up to a star, or to the sun himself. Sir Thomas More, Utopia. In many ways, in many respects. In mourning bereaved. In my opinion, to my mind. In need of, in want of. It is a truth universally acknowledged, that a single man in possession of a good fortune, must be in want of a wife. Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice. In no way are you to, on no account are you to. In on privy to. In order for this to occur, to this end. In order to, so as to. In other countries abroad. In other words, that is to say. In our custody, in our charge. In pain hobbled, by pain pained. In passing and passant. In response to, in consequence of. I had at one time, when I was 13, very orthodox Swiss tutor, who, in consequence of something I had said, stated with great earnestness, "If you are a Darwinian, I pity you, for one cannot be a Darwinian and a Christian at the same time." I did not then believe in the incompatibility, but I was already clear that, if I had to choose, I would choose Darwin. Bertrand Russell, On God and Religion. In rough draft form, roughed out. In search of, in pursuance of. In secret, sub rosa. In some of the most, in certain of the most. In some ways, in some respects. In spirit, in mindset. In spite of, notwithstanding, nonetheless, nevertheless, irrespective of. In that crowd of that crowd. In that situation, under those circumstances. In the best light possible, sympathetically. The artist has treated her sympathetically. In the end. In the middle of, in the throes of, in the midst of. In the place of. In the place of, apparent, in loco parentis. In the presence of, in the face of, at the center of. In the real world, in practice. In the same way, in kind, much as. In the state that it's in, which is not so good, such as it is. In the style back then, in the style of the day. In the style of Allah. In the way it is used in its application. In the way they dressed, in their dress. In the world of all this world. The foremost man of all this world, Shakespeare on Caesar. In the womb, in utero. In their day and place. Magnificence, like the size of a fortune, is always comparative, as even magnificent Lorenzo may now perceive, if he has happened to haunt New York in 1916, and the Ambersons were magnificent in their day and place. Booth Tarkington. The magnificent Ambersons. In this book herein. In total, all told, and mas in toto. In trouble, in some danger, in a compromising position. In your best interest to, you have much to gain from, you have little to lose by. In your mind, psychosomatic. Inability, incapacity. Inactive hibernating standing idly by sedentary torpid. Inadequate fall short of tinkering around the edges half measures. Inanimate insentient. Of the few fair-complexioned Jewish students in our preponderantly Jewish public high school, none possessed anything remotely like the steep-jawed, insentient Viking mask of this blue-eyed blonde born into our tribe as Seymour Irving Levov, Philip Roth, American Pastoral. Inappropriate. Out of keeping with, untoward, unseemly. Inappropriate humor, facetious, flippant. Incidentally, parenthetically, as an aside. Incite, foment, stir the embers. Inclination, velleity. As it happens, her wish to become a marine biologist was no more than another passing velleity. Include, extend, to incorporate, embrace, comprise. Including, comprising, encompassing, extending from, complete with, replete with, embracing. Income, means of support. Incompetent, feckless. Inconsequential event, dalliance. Inconspicuous, unobtrusive, nondescript. Incorrect, erroneous, flies in the face of. Increase, bolster, intensify, heighten, expand, augment, accrue, mount to. Man always tends to avoid physical contact with anything strange. In the dark, the fear of an unexpected touch can mount to panic. Even clothes give insufficient security. It is easy to tear them and pierce through to the naked, smooth, defenseless flesh of the victim. Elias Canetti. Crowds and power. Increase, accession of. Increasing, mounting, swelling the ranks of. Incredible, defied description. Independence, autonomy. Independent, autonomous, sovereign. Indescribably, ineffably. Indestructible, impregnable, unassailable, impervious, invulnerable. Indicates, as suggestive of. Indication of a clear measure of how, marks a new phase in. Indifference, insouciance. Indifferent, perfunctory. He gave me a perfunctory hey how ya doing as he passed me in the hall. Indirect, roundabout, circuitous, oblique. Indisputable, incontrovertible, uncontroversial. Individual, singular. Ineffective, unavailing, feckless. Ineffective, line of defense, a Maginot line. Inequality, disparity between. Inexpensive, on the cheap. Inexperienced, unfledged. Inferior, subservient, lesser. Influence, inform the work of, shape, play a part, inspire, impose a more, stamp on, make his imprint clear, make his presence felt, make itself felt, reverberate, spill over, leave its mark, govern the appearance of, find many echoes in. Influenced by, informed by, wrought by, subject to, absorbed by, fell into the hands of. Inform, apprise. Informal expression, colloquialism. Informed. I am acquainted with. I am articulate on the subject of. I am schooled in the art of. Informed, given to understand that, kept abreast of, kept apprised of. Inhabitant, denizen of. Inhaled, drew a deep breath. Inheritor of heir to. Initials. The initialism. The initialism SPQR attested her allegiance to Rome. Inner thoughts. Interior monologue. Insanity. Psychosis. Dementia. He is the witness in his death throes the immeasurable dementia of the sea, and, tormented by this madness, he hears sounds unknown to man that seem to come from some dreadful place beyond the bounds earth. Victor Hugo, Les Miserables. Insensitive. Callous. Crass. Indelicate. Insert between. Interpose. Inside. Inhabiting within. Internal. Inner recesses. Innermost. Insides. Viscera. Insignificant. Negligible. Of little significance. This story at no point becomes my own. I am in it. Good heavens, I'm in it to the point of almost never being out of it, but the story belongs, all of it, to the Carmody's, and my own part, while substantial enough, was never really of any great significance at all. Edwin O'Connor, The Edge of Sadness. Insincere. Disingenuous. Insist on. Respect. Inspect. Inspection. Under a watchful eye. Inspire. Inspire her to. Instead. In the place of. Sooner than. In her stead as opposed to. In lieu of. Rather than otherwise. Instigate. Instigating. Incendiary. Instinctive. Visceral. Intuitive. Instinctively. Understand. Intuit. Instincts. Imperatives. Instruction. Tutelage. Insult. Belittle. Disparage. Insult. Slight. That was the unkindest cut. Insulting. Insolent. Pejorative. Insulting language. Invective. Vitriol. Injurious attack. Insults thrown at me. Insults done me, and all at once, though I had remained dry-eyed through all the insults done me on board ship and through the hours of despair when I was alone on the waves with the captain lying dead at my feet, a handspike jutting from his eye socket, I fell to crying. J.M. Coetzee. Foe. Insure. Indemnify. Intellectual. Elite. Literati. The intelligentsia. At other times, SWAT police awkwardly balanced machine guns outside the restaurant's doors while military helicopters buzzed overhead, all rather incongruous to the atmosphere that Ms. Garnot aimed for at her restaurants, where diplomats, power brokers, and literati mingled over champagne and caviar. Jen Linliu, New York Times, October 31, 2009. The Illuminati. Intellectual pursuits. Intellectual, rational, and creative, Apollonian, as opposed to Dionysian. Intellectuals. Intelligentsia. Intense understanding of. Intimate knowledge of. Intensify. Heighten the effect. Compound. Intensity. Severity. Interdependent. Symbiotic. Obliging. Interest. Concern. Engage the attention of. Vested interest. Interested in. Keen on. Taking a close interest in. Interesting. Of interest. Compelling. Engrossing. Likely to be of interest. Arresting. Interests of. Preoccupations of. Interpret. Construe. View the issue through the lens of. Interpretation of. Rendition of. Interrupted. Interjected. Interposed. Interrupted by, punctuated by. Intervene, intercede. Intervening resolution. Deus ex machina. Intimate and private, intime. Intimidate, buffalo. Intimidated by it, cowed by it. Intimidating, daunting, imposing. Into view, to the fore. Introduce, unveil. Introduce into, infuse, inject, a dose of. Introducing, let me direct your attention to. Introduction, preamble, prelude, exordium. Intrude, encroach, trespass on your privacy. Intruder, interloper. Intruding, intrusive, invasive. Invasion, incursion. Invention, innovation. Investigation, inquest, inquiry, review. Invisible, vaporous, ethereal, veiled. Invites, provides fertile ground for. Involve, entail, embroil. Involved, played a key role in, is immersed in, is at the center of, may be a party to, will take part in, will partake in, is a participant in. Involved, illegally complicit. Involved in an ongoing fight, embattled. Involvement, what role he may have played. Irrational, destructive, uninhibited, Dionysian, as opposed to Apollonian. Irrelevant, beside the point, neither here nor there, of no consequence. Irritable, peevish. Irritate, pique, vex, gall. Irritating, grating, galling. Is. Goodbye. If you hear of my being stood up against a Mexican stone wall and shot to rags, please know that I think that a constitutes as by far is, if nothing else, as standard practice when qualifies as proving to be as subject to, survives as, of course serves as, has tendencies towards as, that of finds itself is of great importance as, the personification of personifies as, the product of amounts to no more than is at once apparent in pretty good way to depart this life. It beats old age, disease, or falling down the cellar stairs. To be a gringo in Mexico, ah, that is euthanasia. Ambrose Bierce in a letter to his niece Laura remains. Is a what is but a. Is a lot like, has the more general character of. Is a sign of, denotes, indicates. Is a story about, tells the story of. Is about, concerns itself with. Is as good as, can take its place alongside. Is it, stands at. Is because of, stems from, is owing to, is governed by. Is being used for, is occupied by. The soil is fertile, the rains plentiful, and a considerable proportion of ground is occupied by cultivation, and amply supplies the wants of the inhabitants. Winston Churchill. The story of the Malacan Field Force. Is both, is at once an. Is called, is known by the name of. There lies a small market town or rural port, which by some is called Greensburg, but which is more generally and properly known by the name of Tarrytown. Washington Irving. The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Is composed of, comprises. Is considered, is seen as. Is destructive, is a destroyer. Is due to, owes something to. Is equal to, constitutes. Is for, provides for. Her itinerary provided for 2 weeks Paris, and she had suffered through 1 week of it when, like an angel from heaven, an Englishman called Tippy Akenside showed up at her hotel at the very moment when she was about to dissolve in tears and book passage home. Jean Stafford. The collected stories of Jean Stafford. Is for the reader to decide, is left to the reader to decide. Is found, is to be found. Is from, is a native of. Is going to, intends to. Is gone, gone is the. Is here, is at hand. Is important, figures prominently in. Is in the lay, in the lies, in the. Is interesting, is of some interest. Is it, can it be? Is it accepted, does it have currency? Is lucky, lucky is he who. Is made up of, is comprised of. Is much like, it recalls. Is no longer, has ceased to be. Is no longer a fool, is a fool no more. Is no longer accepted, fell out of favor. Is not a battle between, is a battle not between. Life, the way it really is a battle not between bad and good but between bad and worse. Joseph Brodsky. Is not in the lies, not in the. Is obvious, is hardly to be questioned. Is one of, is among. Is only, remains at best no more than. Is proof of, is testament to. Is respected, carries great weight. Is so far the best, is yet unequaled. Is somewhere in between, lies between the two. Is still, the remains the. Is the basis of, underlies. Is unlimited, is unending, knows no bounds, has no bounds. His arrogance has no bounds by day or night. Anonymous. Gilgamesh. Is usually at the. Isolate, sequester. Isolated. It, the matter. After looking into the matter, the thing. It didn't scare him, it gave him no fear. It is a good idea, the idea is appealing. It is about time, it was so long in coming. It is amazing, it is a wonder. It is because it is that. Yet one cannot say with equal certainty just why the difficulty was peculiar to Memphis, unless it is that Memphis, unlike other Tennessee cities, remains to this day a land-oriented place. Peter Taylor, A Summons to Memphis. It is important, it bears repeating. It is impossible to know, there is no saying. It is like, it recalls a certain, it is reminiscent of, it is akin to, it is much the same as its Ian. It is no use, it is to no avail. It is not even part of, it is outside the realm of. It is not surprising that it may come as no surprise that. It is the responsibility of the onus is on. It is too bad, more's the pity, what a pity. It is true that there is no question that it's the truth I'm telling you. It is up to you, it's at your discretion. It just so happens that as it happens. It makes her crazy, it gives her fits. It no longer, it has ceased to. It only needs to be, it need only be. It reminds me of, I am reminded that it recalls. It seems, it has an element of, it has a strain of, it strikes me as. It seems that it often appears that we are left with the impression that. It seems that way, it seems so. It sold for, it brought. It took only minutes, it took all of minutes. It was as it was. It was a, it made for a. It was certain that certain, it was that. It was Friday, the day was Friday. It was like her too, it was characteristic of her that. It was characteristic of her that she always roused speculation, that her simplest act seemed the result of some far-reaching intentions. Edith Wharton, The House of Mirth. It was love at first sight, she loved right from the first sight. It was named, the name was given. There lies a small market town or rural port, which by some is called Greensburg, but which is more generally and properly known by the name of Tarrytown. This name was given, we are told, in former days, by the good housewives of the adjacent country, from the inveterate propensity of their husbands to linger about the village tavern on market days. Washington Irving, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. It was thought, it was held to be certain that it would be good if you would do well too. It would have been good if it would have been well if. It would not be good for the, it would not do for the. It's about time, it's high time. It's all I know how to do. I know no other way. I love you without knowing how, or when, or from where. I love you straightforwardly, without complexities or pride. So I love you because I know no other way. Pablo Neruda. It's good for you, it does one good. It's logical, it stands to reason. It's not easy for me to. I find it difficult to. I've never understood that I've never understood. I'm not one of those writers I learned about who get up in the morning, put a piece of paper in their typewriter machine and start writing. That I've never understood. Wole Soyinka. Jargon, dialect, vernacular. Jealous with jaundiced eye. Jerk and font terrible. Jet set glitterati. Job undertaking pursuit post position. Joined conjoined. Joke farce. Joking in jest. Joking around playful banter. Journey sojourn. Joy of living, joie de vivre. Judge and arbiter and umpire. Those who are esteemed umpires of taste are often persons who have acquired some knowledge of admired pictures or sculptures, and have an inclination for whatever is elegant. But if you inquire whether they are beautiful souls, and whether their own acts are like fair pictures, you learn that they are selfish and sensual. Ralph Waldo Emerson, the poet. Judge them, render judgment, form assumptions, judge of them. Judged. Judges. Judgment. Judgment Day, day of reckoning, a day you will rue. Judicial branch of government, the judiciary. Jump bound. Jump in, intervene. Junk debris, detritus. Jury is still out on that one, it's a matter of dispute. Just simply. Just about, nearly. Just as, if not more so, with the same ferocity it reserves for, is equally well suited for, no less. No less destructive are the insidious ways in which he enables her addiction painkillers. Just as good as yields the same in terms of. Just as impressive, no less impressive, is not less capable than. Just as much, no less, no less. Just begun, nascent, incipient, inchoate. Just deserts, poetic justice. Just for this purpose, ad hoc. Just in case you, lest you, if by chance you. Just in time, heaven sent, a godsend. Just like, likewise true of all such, might be mistaken for in the style of reflections on politics, though take a backseat to the practicalities of surviving on the road, and in the style of Herodotus, collecting dubious bits of lore. Richard B. Woodward, New York Times, November 1, 2009. Just like this, rather like this. Just shoot me, finish me off entirely, why don't you? Just the right wordly, most used. Just to be on the safe side, for good measure. Justice, an accounting, a reckoning. Justification, rationale, grounds under the banner of done, in the name of, on what basis, pretext for, warrant for. You have no grounds for saying so. Justify, account for, warrant, provide a basis for. Keen, acute, incisive, penetrating. Keep, retain, hold in abeyance. Keep an open mind, leave the door open to. Keep from, refrain from, forbear from. As for my mother, she taught me to have regard for religion, to be generous and open-handed, and not only to forbear from doing anybody an ill turn, but not so much as to endure the thought of it. By her likewise I was bred to a plain, inexpensive way of living, very different from the common luxury of the rich. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations. Keep going, persist in, sustain a level of. Keep in mind. Keep it away. Keep it friendly, remain in good graces. Keep it to yourself, don't breathe a word. Keep quiet, keep your peace, keep your counsel. Keep watch over, right, herd on. Kept, retained, preserved. Kept from it, deprived of it. But when you're deprived of it for a lengthy period, then you value human companionship. But you have to survive, and so you devise all kinds of mental exercises, and it's amazing. Wole Soyinka. Kept secret, closely held. Kept silent, he preserved a silence. Key, fundamental. Key to passport, to instrumental in. Kick the habit, cure oneself of. Kid, jest. Kill, dispatch, slay. Clock, slay time. Time is dead as long as it is being clicked off by little wheels. Only when the clock stops does time come life. William Faulkner. Kill time while away the hours. Killed them, claimed more than 1,000 lives, felled them all, dealt a fatal blow, made an end of them. Some she pursued over the moors and sailed with her sword, and brightly flashed the blade as she made an end of them. Haldor laxness, independent people. Killed by was slain by. Kind of that nature of the persuasion of a certain bent, a form of specimen, a species of grief, sir, is a species of idleness. Saul Bellow. Kind of quasi-pseudo, of sorts, something of a kinder. A city where American faces were still be seen upon all its streets. A cleaner and kindlier town, with more courtesy in its life, less of the vulgar scramble. Ernest Poole, his family. Kindly, benevolent, benign. Kinds of, modes of, varieties of, species of. King Rex. Knew full well. Knick-knack, chotched, brick, a acute, brack, bauble. No, acquainted with, well informed of, mindful of, surprised to find. No, ahead of time, have foreknowledge of. Know my way around, know my way about. Know no more than before, be none the wiser. Know what it's like to. I lost my own father at 12 years of age, and I know what it is to be raised on lies and to silences. My dear daughter, you are presently too young to understand a word I write, but this history is for you and will contain no single lie. May I burn in hell if I speak false. Peter Carey. True History of the Kelly Gang. Knowledge, mastery, sound understanding, learning. There, as it should be. The druggist is a counselor, a confessor, an advisor, an able and willing missionary and mentor whose learning is respected, whose occult wisdom is venerated, and whose medicine is often poured, untasted, into the gutter. O. Henry, The Love Philtre of Vicky Schoenstein. Knowledgeable about, learned and conversant in, erudite, well informed. Known as, celebrated as. Known for, renowned for, widely described as, noted for their. Labeled, classed as, dismissed as. Lack, require, or short of, want. Lack of, dearth of, shortness of, paucity of, scarcity of, want of. Lacking, wanting, bereft of, deficient in, impoverished, devoid of. And yet when I take a look at my inner identity, it impresses me as being precisely the same as it was 30 or 40 years ago. My present station, power, the amount of worldly happiness at my command, and the rest of it, seem to be devoid of significance. Abraham Cahan. The Rise of David Levinsky. Lacking respect, irreverent. Lacking self-control, intemperate. Lacking self-confidence, diffident. Lackluster wish of alaity. Lame argument, unconvincing argument. Land, landscape, terrain. Language in the parlance of dialect, in the vernacular jargon, idiom, prose. Large amount of wealth, of serious application, of legion, of preponderance of. From the freezer she pulled out a bottle and poured herself a serious application vodka. Tim Winton. Dirt music. Large area, wide swath, vast region, expanse. Large group, throng, horde. In this diminished form the words rush out the cornucopia of my brain to course over surface of the world, tickling reality like fingers on piano keys. They're an invisible army, a peacekeeping mission, a peaceable horde. Jonathan Lethem. Motherless Brooklyn. Large size mammoth proportions, some size considerable. Larger than life of epic proportions, Homeric. Last line of defense, thin red line. Last performance of her career, her swan song. Last stand, my Thermopylae. Last straw, the drop of water that makes the glass run over, all I can bear. Lasting, abiding, enduring. Lasting a long time, protracted, prolonged. Late, belated, late in arriving, slow too. It happened at the end of winter, in a year when the poppies were strangely slow to shed their petals. For mile after mile, from Benares onwards, the Ganga seemed to be flowing between twin glaciers, both its banks being blanketed by thick drifts of white-petaled flowers. Amitabh Ghosh, the sea of poppies on. Lately, of late, in recent years. Later, s of later date. Latest fad, du jour, dernier cri. Drilling for offshore oil became the Republican cause du jour of 2008. Laugh all you want, think what you will of it. Laughter, mirth, cackling, hilarity. Law, jurisprudence, rule of law, body of law. Law, an injunction, an ordinance, a statute. Layers, impasto. Laziness, indolence. Lazy, indolent, in a persistent vegetative state, torpid, languid. Lead, spearhead. Lead up, prelude. Theatergoers who use plays as mood-setting preludes to romantic evenings had better look elsewhere. Quartet, which opened Wednesday night and runs through November 14th, may well be the sexually frankest play in New York this side of a backroom peephole, but with a cast led by the formidable French actress Isabelle Humpert in a magnificently mannered performance, it is the very opposite of an aphrodisiac. Ben Brantley, New York Times, November 6, 2009. Leader, pace setter, standard bearer. Leaders, the vanguard captains. But the truck moved on and the limits of mere privilege became visible, for here now came the acres of truly prestigious death, illustrious men and women, captains of life without their diamonds, furs, carriages, and limousines, but buried in pomp and glory, vaulted in great tombs built like heavenly safe deposit boxes, or parts of the Acropolis. William J. Kennedy, Ironweed. Leading foremost. Leading edge, in the vanguard of. Lean to one side list. Learn, glean, gather, acquire an understanding of, familiarize oneself with, unearth, stumble upon, increase your knowledge beyond, gain a better understanding of. Leave, tear myself away, exit stage left, depart from, quit, go forth from here. Leave alone, leave undeterred, let play out, let him be, let run its course, left to her own devices, let him have a moment's peace. Lecture, a sermon, a treatise. Leeway. Left, parted from, departed. In early times, say the Icelandic chronicles, men from the western islands came to live in this country, and when they departed, left behind them crosses, bells, and other objects used in the practice of sorcery. Haldor Laxness, independent people. Left for. Left over from, trace of, relic of, residual, residue. Legal, judicial. Legal action. Legend. Reflections on politics, though, take a backseat to the practicalities of surviving on the road. An in the style Herodotus, collecting dubious bits lore. Richard B. Woodward, New York Times, November 1, 2009. Legend has it that legitimacy, legitimate well-established sound, legitimate argument sound argument, length measure span, length of time in the space of, lengthened prolonged protracted, lengthy interminable without end, ad infinitum ad nauseam, lenient with indulgent towards, less fewer in number, less offensive more palatable, less reckless a more measured approach, less than fewer in number, lesson learned cautionary tale, lesson not learned lesson not fully absorbed, let enable play host to perpetuate, let go of relinquish cease to hold to them. His sentiments are, he is aware, complacent, even uxorious, nevertheless he does not cease to hold to them. J. M. Coetzee, Disgrace. Let go of my hand. Let it be known. Let me think for a minute. Letter. Letter had been sent to. Lewd. Liberal. Gladstonian. Lie, an artifact of fabrication of fiction. Lie, to be disingenuous, to be economical with the truth, to fabricate, to be less than candid, to speak false. I lost my own father at 12 years of age, and I know what it is to be raised on lies and silences. My dear daughter, you are presently too young to understand a word I write, but this history is for you and will contain no single lie. May I burn in hell if I speak false. Peter Carey, True History of the Kelly Gang. Life and Death Issues. Life is meaningless. Nihil. Nihilism. Niacin. Light-hearted blithe. Like is it to your liking, it resonates with me. I'm leaning towards the view it has found favor among. I find her agreeable. I favor. I have an affinity for it, was well received, they are responding well to the it appeals to many. I'm partial to. I have an affection for. I'm fond of. I took pleasure in. I was taken with her, she speaks well of him, there's something to be said for. Like all. Like recalls a certain much, like reminiscent of, marked by, akin to, much the same as, its Ian has the character of, calls to mind, reflects, captures the elegance of, epitomizes, is suggestive of, conveys, evokes, as akin to, reminds me of. Nothing so, rather like, along the lines of, bears a resemblance to, bears the stamp of, is not dissimilar to, is in the nature of, is analogous to, corresponds with, is in the manner of, is characteristic of, it's not my nature to, is typical of, is evocative of, is similar to that of, is an echo of, is expressed in such as one might expect from, in a way that suggests much as of the sort, with the air of, wore the stamp of. His movements were marked by the lizard's disconcertingly abrupt clockwork speed. His speech was thin, fluty, and dry. Aldous Huxley, chrome yellow. He is in shirt sleeves, with a vest figured with faded gold horseshoes, and a pink striped shirt, suggestive of peppermint candy. Upton Sinclair, The Jungle. The walls are cracked and water runs upon them in thin threads without sound, black and glistening as blood. Ayn Rand. Anthem is in the form of. The young man reveres men of genius, because, to speak truly, they are more himself than he is. Ralph Waldo Emerson, the poet. Like he did. Like I said. Like in. Like never before. Like these. Like this. Like to. Like you. He was fair, as you are, but not as tall, but with large hands and a broken nose. Ernest Hemingway, for whom the bell tolls. Liked by appeals to. Liked to was in the habit of, took pleasure in, was given to. Likelihood promise. I don't think about the family much, but when I remember its members and the coast where they lived and the sea salt that I think is in our blood, I am happy to recall that I am a Pomeroy, that I have the nose, the coloring, and the promise of longevity, and that while we are not a distinguished family, we enjoy the illusion, when we are together, that the Pomeroys are unique. John Cheever, The Stories of John Cheever. Likely successor, heir apparent. Likely to be, disposed to, prone to, given to, inclined to, liable to be. Likes to, is quick to, is given to, is a practitioner of, is so fond of studying. Likes to come across as, likes to portray himself as, fancies herself a. Limber, supple, lithe. Limit, curtail, frame it as narrowly as possible, confine ourselves to the study of, qualify, constrain. Limitations, constraints, strictures, proscriptions, bounds. He is the witness in his death throes of the immeasurable dementia of the sea, and, tormented by this madness, he hears sounds unknown to man that seem to come from some dreadful place beyond the bounds of earth. Victor Hugo, Les Miserables. Limited, measured, narrow, only so much to the extent that it does exist, sparing in the use of. Limited in appeal, esoteric. Limited to, peculiar to. Limiting factor, determinant. Limitless, unbounded, knows no bounds. Limits, bounds, confines, verges, periphery. Line, cue, procession. She had seen the fish clearly from above, and his length and the shine of him in the water, and her husband with the bamboo pole bent almost double, and the procession of people following. Ernest Hemingway, Garden of Eden. Line between, demarcation. Lined up, cued. Lion, like leonine. Liquor, spirits. List, enumerate, reel off, spell out, catalog. Listen, take note, give audience to. Lit the candle, lighted the candle. Lit up, illuminated, bathed in light. Literal meaning of a word, denotation, lexical meaning. Little known, undistinguished. Live a long time, long lived. Live in, inhabit, dwell in. Live your life, make your way in life. Lived up to his reputation, lived up to his billing. Lively, vibrant, buoyant. Livestock, beasts. As always, we continued to grow more crops and beasts than we needed, and exchanged these with other near planets for their surpluses. Doris Lessing, The Making of the Representative for Planet 8. Living in, dwelling in, abiding in. Loaded with, laden with, fraught with. Loaned to us by, on loan from. Lobbyists, the Gucci Gulch. Local, insular, indigenous, native born, ambient, parochial, topical, provincial. Local language vernacular. Located at Bears due south. Located in, centered in. Location, whereabouts, locale. Lock up, detain. Locked against him. He rushed to the door, but to his amazement it was locked against him. Sebastian Barry, The Secret Scripture. London Press, Fleet Street. Long, prolonged, protracted, ongoing, long-standing, lengthy. Long ago, in antiquity, long since, in early times. In early times, say the Icelandic chronicles, men from the western islands came to live in this country, and when they departed, left behind them crosses, bells, and other objects used in the practice of sorcery. Haldor Laxness, independent people. Long dinner table, refectory table. Long-lasting, enduring, long-standing, abiding. Long time, for a long while, a lengthy period. Longer period of existence, longer measure of existence. Long-winded, prolix. Look, behold, never lose sight of. Look around, look about. Look at, consider, address, take up a central question. I set my gaze on, distinguish. And so, plainly, we must distinguish plots not by their skeletons but by their full bodies, for they are embodiments, little worlds. Here is another. Let us try to distinguish it as if it were literally a little world, and spinning closely now into our vision. Eudora Welty, on writing. Look back at the career of a retrospective. Look down on, treat with disdain. Look far and wide, cast a wide net. Look for, inquire about. Look for, pursue. Look like, resemble, recall, bear a resemblance to, have every appearance of. Look of, an air of. Look on her face, expression, visage. Look over, scrutinize. Look, bore the look of, look to be. Looked at, looked upon, gazed, eyes rested upon, fixed my gaze. Looked at all of us again, he looked us round again. Looked at me, met my eyes. Looked at me as though regarded me as, agua, I said, trying Portuguese, and made a sign of drinking. He gave no reply, but regarded me as he would a seal or a porpoise thrown up by the waves, that would shortly expire and then be cut up for food. J.M. Coetzee, Fo. Looked away, took his eyes from me, averted her eyes. Looked young, she preserved the appearance of youth. Looking, wearing an air of. She stood apart from the crowd, letting it drift by her to the platform or the street, and wearing an air of irresolution which might, as he surmised, be the mask of a very definite purpose. Edith Wharton, The House of Mirth. Looking at, all eyes were fixed upon, fixing his eyes intently on her, casting a keen eye over. Looking back, in retrospect. Looking down, cast down. Her being seemed composed of shadow, with too little substance for it to possess sex. It was a shred of matter harboring a light, with large eyes that were always cast down, a pretext for a soul to linger on earth. Victor Hugo, Les Miserables. Looking elsewhere, attention shifting to. Looking for, in search of, out for, trolling for, in pursuit of, in want of. It is a truth universally acknowledged, that a single man in possession of a good fortune, must be in want of a wife. Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice. Looking for revenge, determined on revenge. Looking for trouble, making mischief. It was the jackal, Tabaqui the disliker, and the wolves of India despise Tabaqui because he runs about making mischief, and telling tales, and eating rags and pieces of leather from the village rubbish heaps. Rudyard Kipling, The Jungle Book. Looks gives the eye. The rice fields along both banks of the stream display a broad, winding strip of vivid green, which gives the eye its only relief from the somber colors of the mountains. Winston Churchill, The Story of the Malaccan Field Force. Looks like. Lose momentum. Loser. Losers get nothing. Wywick tease. Losing money quickly. Loss of memory. Here is what I have done, and if by chance I have used some immaterial embellishment, it has been only to fill a void due to a defect of memory. I may have taken for fact what was no more than probability, but I have never put down as true what I knew to be false. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, The Confessions. Lost. Lost cause. Lost focus on, lost attention for. Lost him, lost sight of him. Lot of land parcel. Loud, clamorous, raucous, vociferous, resounding. Loud and clear, clarion. Loud noise, yammered in. Loud-voiced, full-throated. Love, relish, treasure. Love for humanity, agape. Love her to death, love her to distraction. Love to delight in. Loved, beloved. Low-neck décolleté. Low-paid, ill-paid. Low point, a low ebb. Low profile, be inconspicuous, be nondescript. Low class, low brow, ill-bred, downscale. Lower classes, lower orders, hoi polloi. Lower end, nether end. Lower levels, lower reaches, lower echelons. Lowers himself to, condescends to. The spirit of the occasion takes hold, the stately bartender, who condescends a plate of stewed duck. Even the fat policeman, whose duty it will be, later in evening, to break up the fights, draws a chair to the foot of the table. Upton Sinclair, The Jungle. Loyal, stalwart. Luck, providence. Luckily as luck would have it. Lucky enough to, privileged to. Those privileged to be present at a family festival of the Forsytes have seen that charming and instructive sight, an upper-middle-class family in full plumage. John Galsworthy, Forsyte Saga. Lucky, find a chance, find, fortuitous. Lukewarm, tepid. Lunch, the noon dinner. The fire on the kitchen hearth was dying down. His mother was hanging up pots and pans after the noon dinner. Marjorie Kinnan Rawlings, The Yearling. Lurk, skulk. Lustful, lecherous. Luxuries, amenities. Luxurious. Luxurious place. Xanadu. Luxury, opulence. Luxury-loving, self-indulgent Epicurean. Lying down, of statues or sculptures recumbent statues. Lying face down prostrate.